There it is. We in there. All right, all right, all right. Let's go, let's go, let's go. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Hebrew and Bible Academy, you are invited. Shalom, brothers and sisters. I'm the elder of the Gathered of Christ Church here with our weekly broadcast. Blessings to my brothers and sisters throughout the four corners of the earth. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Man, there's so many things to unpack this evening. I'm sorry I'm a little tardy, but I had to get a lot of things together in the background for this presentation this evening. Come on in, hit the like button. And yes, we do have a special guest. We have a special guest who's only going to be on shortly because he's still over the UK. That's right. But I'm going to be handling this thing tonight. We have Elder Lawyer who's in Zimbabwe, Africa right now, in Zimbabwe. And Elder, if you're out there and you're chiming in, if the internet is doing well, you can come in through Teams if you would like to chime in on this specific topic. That's right, that's right, that's right. Now, for those who don't know, well, before I go in, let me introduce our special guest this evening, Elder Shapat. Where is he?
Shalom.
Shalom. Your mic is nice and crisp. Yes, thank you for parsing out a little time to be with us this evening, Shapat. And there's so much I wanted to talk about going into the next academy, right? So I would be amiss if I didn't bring you in, being that you are for a long time, you've been a serious person within the parameters of what the academy has become, right? When it comes to getting the news, going into murky waters, and I mean, your segment you've brought to the academy is not like any other news I've seen. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank you for all your contributions on top of being a fellow laborer in Christ's vineyard. I want to say the water to you first and foremost. What time?
My praises.
Right. What time is it there right now?
Time right now is 6 minutes past midnight.
6 minutes past midnight. So I'm not going to hold you too long. I just want your input on something real quick as I go into these topics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the topic tonight, if you don't know, of course, I like to keep a lot of that incognito. I like to keep things under the vest until we're actually on live, right? Is the world? I can't even see the title right now.
Oh, wow.
This is weird. Hey, brothers and sisters out there, can you all see the topic?
I can see it on my end.
You can see it on your end? Okay.
On YouTube, yeah.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Something's going on here, something weird. But the topic today is the world being forced to worship a Jewish God? Is the world being forced into worshiping a Jewish God? When I say a Jewish God, I'm a Hebrew, so are you according to bloodline, Shabbat. Right? So obviously there's a different God worshiped by the Jewish people in comparison to the ancient Israelites we read about in the Bible. Right? And that will dovetail into what's going on in the earth right now with Israel inviting over 1,000 Christian pastors into Israel for a political and or spiritual initiative that would be led here in the United States in the support of the state of Israel. Now, so that lends me with the next question that we'll unpack and a little later. Are Christians worshiping the same God as Jewish people? Because you would think that their interests are aligned if Christians, 1,000 of those, support the state of Israel and are seeking to indoctrinate, not indoctrinate, right? They don't like that word. Seeking to help America understand the importance of Israel, the current state of Israel, prophetically. Why it's so important that Americans support the state of Israel. Well, are Christians worshiping a separate God than Jewish people? Well, that and more will be unpacked, right? But before I go into that, Shapat, and I'm going to ask your questions about it as I play these videos tonight. What do the brothers and sisters, what can they look forward to in the next academy? What you're diving into in a couple of weeks?
Wait, is it? We're starting. It's this week, no?
Well, we were
coming Sunday.
No, we were going to start this week, but because I was traveling the last couple of weeks, I came down with a sickness and everything else. I kind of figured that we would move the time back another week, right?
Okay.
And what that does, that gives everyone an opportunity to get involved, to be enrolled, to get their books and all these others together, right? In preparation for the academy, not this Sunday, but next Sunday. I did so much traveling and all that, it put it off a week. So, but it gives a lot of brothers and sisters a chance to prepare for what's in store. And I'm going to prep brothers and sisters for what to expect, not this Sunday, but the following. So, all right. So at least that gives you another week too. So,
yeah. With that in mind, speaking of traveling, right? Speaking of traveling, all roads lead to Rome, brothers and sisters. And it sounds weird. It sounds quite conspiratorial. I understand that. But I'm just going to come out and say it, okay? A lot of these stories and events, all right, believe it or not, but they have a mark of the beast connection.
Interesting.
And I say that about this thing. I haven't seen what you're going to show, but my presumption is it has a connection to the fallout that is this thing called TPUSA. I don't know if you've heard of that before, that organization.
I heard about it. The Jesuits are It seems if the Jesuits are in a room with their guns pointed amongst one another, right? At this point,
Right. It's a standoff.
It's a standoff.
Yeah.
And you know what? We've been it. We ain't in it. But go on.
Right. So for you brothers and sisters that may not have heard of TPUSA, like what is that? Right. I don't even know how to quantify this, but I'm going to try and keep it short. Everybody must have known and seen or heard of the quote unquote Charlie Kirk assassination. And that's not what this is about. But he was part of an organization called TPUSA, Turning Point USA.
Interesting.
And as the story goes, it was set up as a political thing to get young people interested in politics, supposedly more conservative views, blase, blase. Anyway, side note, apparently this guy, and this guy, Charlie Kirk, he's the biggest, or his assassination, was the biggest political assassination since JF Kennedy. And I have to respectfully push back when you have people like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. So respectfully, I will push back there. All right, sidebar. But yes, some of you may or may not be aware, but the sister, and I do have to give her props, Candace Owens has put out a lot of poignant information, not just regarding the quote unquote Charlie Kirk thing, but it's pivoted now. And part of it is this TPUSA. And speaking of pivoting, they have pivoted to now they have a faith element to TPUSA. And why am I saying this? Part of that organization, I would not be surprised if at least a third, maybe even half of those quote unquote so-called pastors, 100 pastors that went to America are part of that TPUSA faith subdivision.
Interesting.
And how does that come back to what I'm saying with all roads lead to Rome? Okay, the mark of the beast. What's the connection? Well, a lot of these AI companies, software companies, what they call them, LLM companies, which is large language model companies, software, algorithms, you name it. A lot of them, spyware, all of that comes from Israel.
Hold on. I'm listening. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's fine. And, all these different points of contact seem independent and separate, but they are all coalescing and they are pointing to something. So it's crazy that you've titled this, Elder, is the world being forced to worship the Jewish God or a Jewish God? And, to put the cart before the horse, so to speak, I would say yes, but they're not being that. The way around it is to get them preconditioned to accept something that looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, got webbed feet like a duck, leaves puddles of water and everything, but not call it a duck. Okay, to not accept that it's the mark of the beast, but accept the mark of the beast. I'm not killing you. The Jedi mind trick. I believe that's what this is all about.
I'm going to tell you right now, Shapad. Most would think, that's how you know when we're baptized into the same body. It's like we're sharing the same mind, but it's really Christ, the brain, right?
Right.
What I'm about to go into tonight, you don't have no idea that it leads directly to AI. I didn't even discuss that with you, right? Initially, when I brought you on, I said we're going to talk about, which is the first story, is 1,000 pastors that are getting indoctrinated in Israel to get the young people on board with the state of Israel, right? But then it really dovetails into what you're talking about. It dovetails into that because they're not trying to just get the young people on board under the Christian right and others. turning point. When it comes to turning point, you have what? You have what I would say white nationalists are now coming together seeking to move America into a pro-white agenda to protect their self-existence, for self-preservation, right? So there's a designated focus on the youth, being that they have lost control of this generation.
Right. They've lost the influence.
Exactly.
The respect, the trust.
They'll never get it back.
No.
They'll never get it back. And I'll tell you this, speaking of Charlie Kirk, it's not more so about the death of Charlie Kirk than the shock value of what they showed the world at one time, so that we could take our eyes off what we should be focusing on, only to have an agenda placed with turning point that the whole earth would then recognize due to something heinous as an assassination. How can get everyone on point at one time? A disaster or a death which shifts the conversation that can be controlled through mainstream media. So again, usually we have these poignant discussions in the academy, but I'm glad I brought you on this evening. It leads me, speaking of that, you know what? Let's start here first, right? Elder Yarack, just the other day, I think it was Sunday, sent me this clip on YouTube, and I'm like, hey, this is interesting. This is quite interesting, right? I didn't send it to you, but since you were speaking, since you were talking about Charlie Kirk, I thought that I would at least get this out on that note quick before going into this. There's so much to unpack and understand. It's late there. You're limited with time, so I'm going to try to be as efficient with this as possible. And again, I thank you, being that Elder Lawyer is right now. He's over in Africa, but that's a whole nother conversation, what's going on with the Somalis here. But with the Cushites. But anyway, let's unpack this one thing at a time. And I want you to hear this. Elder Yarack sent me this the other day, right? Because usually our take as a church is what? Never believe what you see on the internet and or TV unless you've seen it yourself, especially going into the age of AI. Right. So I was hearing so much about this Candace Owens thing, and she kept talking about this turning point thing. Whether she believed it or not, even if she believed what happened, right? Being what? On the other side as an attack dog against the Turning Point organization now. It's still what? It's allowing the population to still be engaged with the understanding of Turning Point, where the mass media drives the narrative, right? So Shapat sent me this the other day. I mean, not Shapat. Elder Yarack sent me this the other day. It's from Flight Night to Charlie Kirk. Let's revisit Snake Eyes, a movie that came out and in 1998. I'm going to put, Shapat, if you will, I'm going to put the closed captions on for this, right? Now, it could be a coincidence, but there's a lot of similarities between what we are about to see. That a Hollywood production in 1998 and what led to everyone now focusing on Turning Point, right? Fair use for educational purposes only. I don't know if you've seen this.
I see this.
Since we always showcase old movies on Saturday, I wanted to do a Saturday movie showcase breakdown on an oldie but goodie a flick from 1998 named Snake Eyes starring Nicolas Cage. Before we get into why this film, let's first talk about the director, Brian De Palma, who is a legend. He's done movies like Carrie, Scarface, The Untouchables, Carlito's Way, The First Mission Impossible, Bonfires of the Vanity. He's a legend. But let's get into why this film and why today. Snake Eyes also has Stan Shaw, who is still boxing 9 years after Harlem Nights.
What a nice clean fight. Shake hands and come out fighting.
Don't take this ass whipping personally.
Still the champ. This time his name is Tyler the Executioner. Remember that.
His name is Tyler the Executioner in the movie in 1998.
Okay, so it's fight night.
It's fight night.
Running security tonight. I got a lot on my mind. Kirkland's high profile. He's all over the news and brings the nutcases out of the woodwork.
My lucky number 7.
September 10th. Remember that.
September 10th, coincidentally, Elder Shapad, is that the same date that Charlie Kirk was shot this year, according to the media? So,
Supposedly
all right. No, well, they said September
by
10th,
Tyler.
right?
Yeah. By somebody named Tyler.
By an the assassinator name was Tyler.
So they claim.
So they claim, if you believe what they're seeing, the production or whatever the case is, September 10th, right? That was the executioner for the current Charlie Kirk.
Nicolas Cage plays a cop who is helping out in the protection of a federal asset, Secretary of State Charlie Kirkland.
So it was the Secretary of State in 1998 by the name of Charlie Kirkland. Now, that's more than a coincidence. Charlie Kirkland, right?
Secretary of State Charlie Kirkland.
United States of America, Mr. Charles Kirkland.
Charles Kirkland.
Great idea. Put a flashing light on your head while you're at it.
Charles Kirkland, Charlie Kirk, September 10th.
Again, in case you're not following, it is September 10th, fight night, where the champion, Tyler the Executioner, is fighting, and in the stands is Secretary of State Charlie Kirkland. And it's in Atlantic City, where a famous guy I know bankrupts some casino.
And guess they show a scene of Trump's Taj Mahal. Trump
And it's
center
in Atlanta.
stage. Trump is center stage. So obviously it would happen during the Trump administration in the future. So Charlie Kirkland, center stage Trump, right? The world is a stage. September 10th, the same day that Charlie Kirk was shot. Trump, right? Now let's see.
Atlantic City, where a famous guy I know bankrupts some casinos. Nevertheless, back to the fight. Shortly after the fight starts, a blonde woman wearing all white comes and sits next to Charlie Kirkland. Cage pulls out his gold Trump phone and surprise.
My lucky number. What?
Charlie Kirkland, pow pow in the neck.
Look at this. And this would lead to what, Shapad? A turning point. But turning towards what? Control for the next generation. It's important they get the world generation all over the earth in accord with what they are moving, rolling out spiritually. And that's what we're going to talk about tonight. Right? Now, you know our take on it. Anything out there, unless we've seen it with our own eyes, we have to more so focus on the agenda that comes behind the story, not the story itself. Always, brothers and sisters, understand how the media works, and I'm glad, Shapat, you're with us. Elder Shapat dives into the news. We go into different articles. We go into biblical perspectives to see the story behind the story, which leads to what? The prophecies unfolded, so that none of us get caught up into the shock value through media.
Right.
So that you are not a part of the psychological operation. Understand the end game that they have behind any particular story. Hit that like button. And before, I just want to drop that out there, folks. Don't believe anything or you will fall for everything. Don't believe anything. And see, our foundation that keeps us rooted is what? The Bible's narrative. Right? The Bible's narrative, which is simple. So we don't weed through all of the lies and misdirections and psyops we get through those priests who are over Hollywood. Hollywood is what? A cult apparatus led through Satanists. Right? So we just wanted to put all that out there first, Shapat. But again, let's talk about the academy before rolling out this particular lesson. Right? For those who don't know, the academy will not begin this weekend. We're going to give it an extra week and start at the 21st of December. We're keeping the enrollments open. We want to make sure everyone can get in this academy. While there's time, there's so many things we need to unpack study-wise, and I'm going to show you a few things tonight leading into what we'll be talking about, not this Sunday, but week 1 of the Hebrew and Bible Academy beginning what? December 21st. Beyond, go ahead, Shapat.
Yeah, sorry, Elder. If we have another week, and that's a blessing that we do because of the hiatus, and news changes all the time. If you would like, Elder, this is your call, and to give the brothers and sisters a flavor of what they miss in the news.
Yeah.
I don't have it put together and highlighted the way I would for the news.
Yeah.
But the main points is up here, and things are moving real quick. So if you would like, I can go over some of the news that's just been bubbling in the background.
Okay, yeah. Hey. After I roll this out, go for it.
All right.
All right. After I roll out what to expect, let's go for it. Let's see what you got.
All right.
It'll probably link right into what I've already set up behind the scenes here. Now, naturally, brothers and sisters, y'all don't know this. I intentionally keep what I'm going into from those who are a part of the broadcast because I need their spontaneous reactions to everything that I'm dealing with without preparation. So there's certain things, it takes everything in me not to say what's in my mind sometimes, right? But I if it's bubbling over, I'll still hold it and say, you know what? I need to understand someone's perspective real time without any prep. Because it's nothing like that spontaneous understanding or reaction that comes from one who didn't hear anything at all. And that's what I like about our academy, Shapat. There's no script. It's straight from the Spirit. No script,
right.
No prep, nothing. Sometimes you would think it would be beneficial, but I believe because we're doing it through the Spirit, it brings an element of we're not controlled in the spirit, and we can go whichever way the spirit takes us, which makes
We're not rigid.
exactly,
It's organic.
exactly. It's never the
Non-GMO.
same that way. I love it that way. So I keep it. Even though sometimes I want to call everyone, but anyway. Beyond 2025, Hope After Armageddon, Hebrew and Bible Academy. We're still taking enrollments. We're going to keep the enrollments open. Week 1 will begin December 21st, not the 14th, December 21st. And also, for those who don't know, go to historytimes.org. If you click on the enter button here, you can do a survey for those who would like to do a survey concerning anything when it comes to the academy. Give us your insight, and through this survey, we'll put you into a drawing to get a free month or a free full term for a 3-month academy session. So that's a new caveat we have. Go to historytimes.org and we'll make it where if you win, you can use it for your enrollment or invite someone else who you think would be interested in hearing what we have to say. There's nothing like the academy. It's uncensored. We put a lot into it. We pay a lot for it. Okay? To be private and all that, man, they are killing us on the financial side, but we want it that way because it's fully controlled, uncensored information like what we were used to being able, we were able to, unbridled at one point, to say what we wanted to say on YouTube, but those days are long gone. But our academy, school, news, as well as Hebrew, gives us that particular option, that autonomy to go into things without biting our tongues, right? So you can go here, fill out a survey for us, and there's a good chance that you'll probably win one admission for yourself, or you can use this admission for someone else, right? Life on a renewed earth will be the specific theme. Insightful news lessons, understanding Armageddon's purpose is key to hope, dispelling common misconceptions about total annihilation. All right, no doom and gloom. Okay, we're coming into some tough times, but guess what? Through the Holy Spirit, brothers and sisters, the elect will be guided through all of this unscathed. And I'm going to point that out. I'm going to prove that. The same way when COVID happened, when all those things happened, that was the turning point. That was the reset. And those who listened to what we had to say made it through. Made it through. Those who were on the fence, wasn't sure, who were wavering, listened to what the media was saying, and a lot of those people, unfortunately, are no longer with us. Unfortunate. And that's including some of our family members we warned. Everything that the news is saying right now in Shabbat concerning what we couldn't talk about or get kicked off of YouTube, it's everyday conversation right now. Now, even YouTube is allowing what? The senators, the politicians, and all of that to come out and say what would have gotten us kicked off YouTube years ago. They gave it a 3-year grace period, saying that they'll keep things contained until after 3 years. And then after 3 years, then the media would be allowed to say what they wanted to say. Well, look at this, Shapat.
Officials of the CDC or FDA ask the same question. They just can't come up with them. So can you set the record straight in terms of what studies have actually been done on the vaccines, on the childhood schedule?
Now they're going to talk as if they're concerned with they're the same ones with masks during the time telling everyone to wear masks. Economic Times right now, where what? This is not me saying this. This is the Economic Times. December 1st, 56 people watching. They talk about clot surge like never before. Chilling revelations on the shot. We couldn't talk about that. When we talked about it, we had to intimate. We had to call it stuff like Jim Jones juice, speaking in code and all of that. And now they're talking about blood clots and all these others, when a lot of people were trying to scream from the rooftops concerning a lot of these ill effects while they were rolling this out. For the people who didn't listen, hey, all I got to say is the next big thing is about to come. It's going to be way bigger than what just happened.
Right.
And if you listen to what they're telling you, because guess what? They didn't force one person to take the vaccine. It was all voluntary. When I say force is if a gun is to your head. They have it. Now they can put pressure on you, but that's not forcing you. They can say, well, you may lose your job, you may lose this, you may lose that, but you're still volunteering your own body for it. So again, I don't want to hear that stuff that my job was forcing you. No. The people, now check this out, Shapat, which is, I know I'm a little wordy here, but there's so many things running through my mind. The same people who got the shot for the job, a lot of them have been laid off within this last year.
Yep.
They still don't have the job.
And if they was able to keep their job, bringing the all roads lead to Rome, it's crazy. AI is going to come and take their job.
Shapat, it's what I'm about to roll into. AI isn't a simple application. There's a spiritual component to it. And we're going to talk about that this evening. The reset, the reason why they had so many people take the corporations putting pressure on them, the employees, because they knew they were coming with a new model that wouldn't need employees. That's why they were putting the pressure on everybody at the job to get the stuff. Right? Who would put their own workforce at risk knowing you need people? Unless a new model was being prepped behind the scenes in the future that really wouldn't need that many people. Huh? So that's why, or possibly a reason why they were putting pressure with people on their job to get it. Okay? It's voluntary. If you come up missing and you're gone, they don't got to pay no more insurances. They don't have pay no more retirement. And now your money goes into a pool that can be utilized for whatever they would like to utilize it for future. If you quit, then there is no unemployment because you quit. And now you let the corporations off the hook. Right? Now let's talk about it, Shapat. So now they're talking about, now they standing up stomping as if they're concerned now. When these were the same politicians wearing masks and was sitting 6 feet apart during these hearings only a few years ago. That's why I don't listen to nothing these guys say. Right? Now they're posturing with this theater before the people as they care. If you really cared, you would have stood up during the time of uncertainty.
Right.
And did what? Gave the people the confidence not to fear what Fauci or whoever was rolling out. But back then it was financially advantageous for the politicians to go with the reset. Now, I'm just putting that out there real quick since we're talking about it. Right? So again, dispelling common misconceptions about total annihilation. The majority of the people out there, which are the ignorant folks, they're going to fall for the elite's lies and end up taking themselves out. Okay? So looking for this big doom and gloom in the rapture, a lot of Christians were raptured during that time when they was rolling it out, because if you did what your pastor said, 9 times out of 10, Guess what? There were more holes in the grounds, more funerals and all that during that time, listening to your pastors. You were raptured. So a lot of people don't understand how this works, right? It works with what? Unbelievers will die during the desolation we're now under. It's just a little different now. Warfare is a lot different. It's a cleaner warfare. It's a cleaner. It's not blood and carnage. It's people through their own ignorance taking their own death pill. And it's going to be like that until the elite have the population down to a number that at the very end they can engage through military warfare. There's too many people on earth right now for them to do what they would like to do. So they're in what? They're in the psychological warfare, Shapat. They're in the psychological warfare component of the war now. And through the psychological warfare, they can convince the ignorant to off themselves. And this is why it's so important for us to get on code with God, because with that trust and that foundation, we're not wary, worried, or have a dependence on government to tell us what's good for us.
Right.
When have government ever told our people, Shapat? When did they ever came to our people and say, you know what? I'm going to give you some advice that's good for you.
Right.
Right? And we're not saying that there isn't a purpose for government. We're not saying that either. Right? Because governance brings order. So there's nothing wrong with government on the surface. If we utilize the government for exactly what it's put in place for, right? We pay our taxes to government. Well, the government keeps order. It pays into the military that protects. It secures the borders. That's what it's supposed to do. So that there's no outside threat that can come in and undermine the cohesiveness of a government. Well, that's the way they used to do, Shapat, before they were seeking to dismantle America. They make sure the roads are paved. They make sure the bridges are built. They make sure that what? That there's a surplus of food for its population. So when it comes to government, when we utilize the government for what it's established for, government is fine. But it becomes a problem if you have to depend.
Overreach.
Oh, say that again, Shapat.
Overreach.
Overreach. Now, it can only be overreach if the people have to depend on government.
Mm-hmm.
Because guess what? Government is not going to give you anything without an exchange. That's when it becomes overreach, when they can make what? The citizens dependent. So we're supposed to look at it as, okay, I'm going to deal with government according to how it was set up to be dealt with. I'm not looking for my government to tell me what's good for my health. That's not a government's position. It's my position to know what's right for my health. I don't have to find out what the FDA is talking about or the CDC have to talk about, even though they have their place. But they're none of my business. I'm responsible for my temple. I'm not going to be so, I would say, dense in my mind to believe that the government knows more for what's right, that they know more of what's right for my body than I do.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's when you understand that government is overreaching their purpose. right? Government is right if the citizens use the government for what it's for. You pay your taxes. They do what? They protect you. They pave the roads. They build the bridges. They fill in potholes. When the weather's in the storm, they put salt on the ground. All of that stuff is good. But you're not going to tell me what's right for my temple. And that's the mistake our people have made. They'll tell you, well, your child can't go to school unless we give your child this. I'm like, well, listen, our people have been learning since Adam. What does my child learning ABCs, 1, 2, 3s have to do with getting a medical procedure done? And you're asking me to trust the same people who on record tested on our people during the Tuskegee experiment. I'm like, oh, you think I'm crazy? And then if something happens, oh, that was a rare adverse reaction. Listen, it would have been zero reaction if I didn't listen to you. So our people have to wake up and understand what we're dealing with in elements, our physical, as well as our spiritual. Even when it comes to our mental, our psychological, how much is being affected because we don't trust in the Most High and do more trust in government than the Most High. Now let's lean over to the Bible now. Let's lean over to the Bible. The Bible give us what? Copious, sound rules to follow that cannot be compromised. Moral, civil, dietary, and ceremonial laws. Right? Are y'all following me? Moral, civil, dietary, and ceremonial. None of that can be compromised, brothers and sisters. None of it. None of it can be compromised for the sake of anything, including government. It's called sovereignty. Are y'all following me here? It's called sovereignty, right? Now let's get back into breaking this down. Dispelling common misconceptions about total annihilation. We're going to be going into Revelations 21 and 22. God's explicit promise of a new heaven and earth. A heaven and an earth, guess what? Without sicknesses, without hurt, without pain, without war, without death. All of what we know is promised out of the word will become a reality for those who work and make it to the other end, the past end of the final war. Folks, it's a reality. Esau is in his last leg. He's on his last leg for empire. Next, the absence of tears, pain, and death, literal promise. And folks, they know that promise is coming through the lost sheep of Israel. They know this. There's a promise. So now Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. We must get on code with God's law to make it into paradise. And guess what? Paradise is coming here. It's nothing that we'll have to die to receive. It's no place that we'll have to die to get a reward. The law, statutes, and commandments brings that what? It brings that promise into existence through God's people. Next, what daily life could look like in a perfectly restored world. The promise of harmony, abundance, and a direct contact with God. What is our relationship truly with the Most High? That personal relationship that we've discussed, we've talked about. Is there a serious cohesiveness or connection with this God who created all? And how do we know when we're actually connected with him? Well, we're going to talk about that in the next academy. Not this coming Sunday for those who just chimed in. We will do the academy starting December 21st to give us another week of preparation and get everything together for the next Hebrew and Bible Academy. We have an extra week, all right, for those who just came in. So don't wake up Sunday disappointed, okay? Please. Someone asked, Elder, do you believe in conditionalism? Well, I believe in the law, statutes, and commandments. That's what I believe in, right? The Bible says, beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy or vain deceit. Okay, do we believe that people can be conditioned into doing things that can benefit and or hurt that particular person? Of course. But that's why Hosea 4:6. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. You can't be conditioned into doing something that's against you if you know it's against you. Right? I don't care how much hocus pocus and programming you do. So no one can condition me or train me into, right, doing something against myself. Not if I understand the laws of God, right? This is why the elite believes that what? A dumb population is an easier what? Controlled population. It's not by chance that in our neighborhoods that our young boys are reading on a 4th and 5th grade level. Okay. And in high school and still reading on those levels. That's not a coincidence. That's a more controlled population that can be controlled. A dumb, ill-informed population is a more controlled population. So is conditionalism correct? Is it out there? Of course. But conditionalism is a concept used by the elite to control sheep or dumb people. And that's not what I'm saying. This is what they call the uneducated. They call the uneducated useless eaters. But our God, he tells us what? We should know better. We're not dumb. We are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. What knowledge? God's knowledge. With the Most High's knowledge, he can take a person reading on a 4th and 5th grade level or whatever the case is and instill the law in that person. And that person would become what? A threat to the dark powers of this world. Right? So I wanted to put that out there real quick. Right? Next, why marriages fail? A very good question. And you know what aspect that I want to handle this with, Shapat? Why marriages fail? Because I believe that what's lost in the world is why the concept of marriage became a reality from the beginning. What was marriage? What was intended with marriage? Well, we don't see, but that began what? Before the earth was made. The concept of marriage was well before Adam and Eve. It's the Godhead. Now let's break down the Godhead. Why marriages fail? Well, show you what we're going to be touching on. From the heavens, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. What God? The Elohim. Who's at the head of the Elohim? The Godhead. So the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, they had a purpose in the beginning before the heavens were made, before the earth was made. So when you get with a person, man getting with a woman, it must be with a purpose, a lifelong purpose that both of you are willing to sacrifice for until the end. The purpose is more important than the man or the woman. And we live our whole lives doing what? Accomplishing that purpose like it was in the beginning. That's why marriage fell, because we get with each other for every other reason outside of a lifelong purpose. See? If there's a purpose, there's much we can endure. We can forgive. We can go through all these ups and downs and all these troubles because we have a purpose to finish all the way to the end with. Because guess what? The first marriage, there's no way the Holy Spirit, the Most High, Christ coming from that union from the beginning. There's no way they cannot continue that particular purpose which began from the beginning, which started from the beginning. Without that union, none of what we have here, all of it ceased to exist. So it's not about what they feel about each other. It's about what? The reason they came into existence. From the beginning. That's the purpose. So we're going to go into it. Why marriages fail. What works, what hurts, and what heals. Number one, the Disney concept of marriage never existed. Never existed. The first marriage began with pain, hardships. Folks, let me tell you, betrayal. When you're looking at Adam and Eve's story, there's so many reasons for them to just part. Either of them would have an excuse for why they cannot be with the other person. Right? Betrayal. Someone coming in to undermine, separating, outside influences, all of that. So the concept of Disney was what? A deception. When it comes to marriage, marriage comes with pain. And that's the reality of it. But the glory of the marriage is when those two make it to the very end with that intended purpose they had when that union began. That's when that particular relationship becomes a winner. Because they were able to endure, the generation they leave under them, right? The next generation is, the earth is better because these two were able to endure together. But that and more, we're going to talk about that. In Shabbat, we have a special feature. That particular feature we're going to have through Barnyard. It's going to be what? An academy panel where we all come together throughout the earth. We're going to have it ever so often to bring in 10 people at a time throughout the earth to discuss different topics as we go through the full 3 months of the academy. Roundtable discussion. We couldn't do it the last time, but we're going to do it in this academy. Roundtable discussion with the elders. Interaction, real-time conversation. And one thing I found out, Elder, and I'm going to deal with this in our conversation because we've all had relationships in the past. A lot of us have failed in relationships, not understanding what purposes are. You don't learn that in the church anymore, right? One thing, Shabbat, that stood out when I started really going into this, the round table discussions and all that, and started talking about it. The whole thing is, it doesn't matter who you get in a relationship with. You're still bringing the same person who failed. I'm talking about individual, myself. Anybody can look at themselves. We're bringing the same failed person that couldn't keep the last relationship together. And that's the reality of it. No one wants to look within ourselves and say, you know what? I'm a part of what failed. And if we don't look at that, we're going to do what? We're going to present that same person and expect a different outcome. And one thing I learned about it, that the Most High will have us going in circles over and over again, losing time until we overcome something in ourselves that we've been ignoring. And that's how we grow to the next level towards promise, right? Be like, well, hold up, I find myself here again. And the Most High going to have you keep, the Most High got, let me tell you, the Most High got all the time in the world.
Literally.
He have all the time in the world. So if you want to go around in circles and lose 5 years and come to the same point that he said, okay, you can take a step now, that's on you. The only thing that's different is you're getting older, you're getting weaker, and all of that. You're growing gray hairs, but until you overcome that one obstacle within yourself, you're going to always find yourself at that same step. Right? Until you overcome it and say, you know what? It's not the other person. It's me. This is how it failed the last time. I'm going to do something different for the sake of purpose. But we're going to talk about that in the academy. Roundtable discussion, how to enroll. You can secure your spot right here. Boom. historytimes.org. historytimes.org. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to put this link right here in the chat. So for those who would like to enroll, come on in. For those who would like to enroll, historytimes.org to enroll right there. Right? There it is. Not December 4th, not December 14th. The academy will begin Sunday after next. Sunday after next, December 21st, to give you another week to get in. And there's ways you can win yourself a free pass in the academy if you by taking, the survey. By taking the survey, okay? There is a survey. Enter here. You take a survey and we can enter you into a contest to come in for free. All right? Now, Shapat, let's talk. Let's go in. Let's start here. Blessings, brothers and sisters. Blessings, brothers and sisters. Let's start here, if you will, Shapat.
All right. I bite my tongue a bit.
Okay, don't bite your tongue. Do you have something to say before jumping in?
What was you about to jump into?
I was about to go into the 1,000 pastors who are being sent into America to get everybody on board with Israel. So the question is the world being forced to worship the Jewish people's God? Now, mind you, I don't know what Christians believe they have to do with the Jewish people God, unless they've been tricked into believing they're serving the same God. But what say you? But go on.
Wow. Yeah. Just because it's getting on a little bit time-wise, I don't know how much mentally I'm going to be with it to string some pieces together with this news here. Well,
go ahead. I'm going to give you the floor. Do whatever you would like to do.
Yeah, and I all roads lead to Rome. I don't know if you've seen this, Elder, or not.
What's that?
Maybe some brothers may have shared this with you, but a lot has been going on. So I'm just going to reel off some stuff, okay?
Okay.
Brothers and sisters. You mentioned, Elder, about certain things, with paying taxes, for example, and the larger picture that government, there's nothing inherently wrong or evil or wicked with the general concept of government. Nothing wrong with that. Christ himself said didn't use the word government, but kingdom and government, potato, it's the same thing. The kingdom is within us. The government is within us, right?
Yeah.
Now, in mentioning that, you highlighted something about taxes, and there's a phrase or concept that taxes, you should never have taxation without representation.
Yeah.
Right? These things are legal principles that come from a legal document called the Magna Carta. Now, I know you know what that is, Alda.
Yeah.
But some of you brothers and sisters may have never heard of that. Put it this way, the Magna Carta essentially gave rise, and it was penned in 1215, I believe, some 800 years ago. Now, this is not a history lesson. History is not my strong point. I will throw my hands up and admit that. Why am I mentioning the Magna Carta? It gave rise to some key things that pretty much, and I was from the UK too, by the way, brothers and sisters, right? There's literal streets, pubs and towns and roads, okay, that is older than the quote unquote United States of America in the UK. But that's neither here nor there. Why is the Magna Carta important? It influenced, the United States Constitution, the US Bill of Rights, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The Magna Carta, some 800-year-old document, gave rise to these things. Brief history. Why on earth was the Magna Carta necessary? Speaking of taxation, before I get back into the news, it came about because, and this is where they're going, news flash, we currently have a lot of problems in this earth. Some people would like to paint it off as racism. Now, are people racist? Of course they are. But when you start to, undo the threads and just peel away a little bit, a lot of these issues when it comes to so-called race and religion and this, that, and the other, a lot of it, not all obviously, but a lot of it is classism. And, we have poor, we have working class, blue collar, middle class, upper middle class, you're rich, you're wealthy, you're millionaires, you're billionaires, right? In the UK, you have this thing called landed gentry, where you have dukes, lords. That's where the concept of landlords comes from. Why am I mentioning all this? That's now. And we are going back to something that used to be, which is, there is no all this smorgasbord of all these classes. Listen, you're a peasant or you're a lord. That's it. That's where we're going. And back then, the lords that were given land, and people would farm the land and pay their dues, taxes, to the landlords in order for the landlord, the dukes and the lords and the barons, to then take their pool of money and pay their tax to the monarch. It got so out of hand, brothers and sisters, that not only were the peasants with their pitchforks complaining, but the landlords were complaining. That's how bad the tax got. That is part of the reason that gave rise to the Magna Carta. Just so you know, brothers and sisters, now I can get back to the news. Why am I mentioning the Magna Carta? Not only did it influence things like the Constitution of America, which for all its problems, for some reason, people believe I'm American. I am not. That's a whole nother story with my accent and everything else. But anyway, I'm saying this to say that I have lived in America and I'm born and raised, I am British. For all its faults, okay, America wouldn't be what it is, what the Bible says it is, Babylon, the daughter of Babylon, if there weren't elements to its greatness. And legally, yes, I went to school, I went to law school. Legally, currently, the on-paper rights is some of the best, if not probably the best, that exists on this earth. The only different place that is better is Saudi Arabia, but that only applies if you are an actual Saudi citizen, and that's about 5% of the population in Saudi Arabia. Anyway, let me get back to Magna Carta. Magna Carta also gave rise to things like the right to lawful judgment, meaning a right to a fair trial, meaning a right to be judged by your peers. It also gave rights to the fact that any rights that you have, you can't be charged for those rights. And that's where people start to go off. And side note, I'm going to say this, brothers and sisters, that straw man argument they have out there, please don't ever, any of you brothers and sisters, get sucked into that I'm a man of the land idea, and you can purchase your straw man back and all that stuff. Please don't get lost in all that sauce, please. For the love of everything holy,
That's
please don't do
straight
that.
garbage.
Absolutely. And again, I don't ever really mention this, and I'm not saying it to anything to boast or brag. And all I did was just go to law school. But I did graduate. I went to law school. I have an LLB. And I'm saying that to say these legal stuff with the straw man argument, the parts that is true is its historical part. But understand that doesn't apply anymore. They've got the goons, brothers and sisters. So good luck trying to do it. Again, side note, in most countries, the tax regime for some of the forms you fill in, it says on the form, voluntary. But good luck trying to explain that when they got the goons. But anyway, back to this thing here. The concept of being judged by your peers is from the Magna Carta. The UK now is talking about removing the right to trial by jury. Unless it's for quote unquote serious crimes such as rape or murder. Now here's the problem. They keep adding crimes, things that are criminal, like how you touched on things that have happened in the recent past, like the pandemic, plandemic, scamdemic, whatever you want to call that. People were calling for choices and actions that people took to say they're criminal. So suppose, which is not far-fetched, you make a decision to do or not do something that's now criminal, but it doesn't reach their made-up, constantly moving the goalpost threshold for you to have what has been in existence for 800 plus years, the right to a trial to be judged by your peers. What are you going to be judged by? AI? Who's making the software? Does it come out of the state of Israel? Is it Palantir? And speaking of pandemics, I think we all know of Event 201 and how they gamed, that's what they call it when they do these things, they gamed the scenario of a worldwide pandemic. Okay, brothers and sisters, before quote unquote COVID. The UK just completed another scenario, a pandemic preparedness, and they chose to call that exercise Pegasus. The same name of some spy software the state of Israel put together. All roads lead to Rome. This is just some of the news that's been sat on the desk, bubbling away.
So Pegasus is a what? It was, because I know that Event 201 was like a mock drill.
Yes.
That was, you can see it on YouTube. Put up Event 201. It's like lockstep with what the government bodies and media went into once the pandemic was actually announced. So, so this is it's called Pegasus what?
Yep, it's I'm gonna send you the link. Okay, this is from .gov UK Parliament Pandemic Preparedness Exercise Pegasus.
Exercise. Okay, I got it right here. Exercise. So you don't have
Pegasus.
Pegasus. I'm going to pull it up so they can see it along with us. Because just like Event 201 was on YouTube before they actually rolled out what it was, you saying there's an exercise in England in preparation for another one called Pegasus. Exercise Pegasus. Let me get it. And you know, they love giving glory to their Greek and Roman gods. Pegasus. All right. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. Exercise preparedness, right? UK. Okay, let's look at it together. A matter of fact, Shapat, let me put the volume here so you can see it, you can hear it. All right, say something, Shapat.
Testing.
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Okay. All right, let me play this out so they can hear it. Under web. Browser, there it is. All right. Pegasus 666 exercise. Let's see.
Hey guys, welcome back at Show Stuff. September 16th, 2025 is a significant date related to the Exercise Pegasus pandemic preparedness exercise in the UK because it was the date of a written statement made to the UK Parliament, a statement made in the House of Commons, and an announcement for the start date of the exercise.
Now let me ask you, is there an actual video of the exercise, Shapat?
Nothing that I've seen publicly released as of yet. It just wrapped up at the end of November is when they finished their exercise.
Okay, let me check and see if there's something else. So you over in the UK, what did you hear about the exercise?
I heard nothing, you know, for some of the pieces of information, like the fact that they're getting rid of the jury by trial in the UK. I heard that through listening to the radio while driving, doing regular errands. I've heard absolutely nothing on the radio about this pandemic preparedness they're doing. It's only because, you know, the academy and looking for news and going to the various news sites I go to that I found this.
Okay, well, let me pull this up. What is the exercise Pegasus? Let's see. Now, don't forget, Bill Gates did come out not too long ago on a major news circulation and said that there will be another pandemic. I don't know how this guy went from computers, his father, Planned Parenthood, up to the point where he's the go-to guy for, you know, for diseases, but I digress. Fair use.
Trying to predict the future is a discouraging and hazardous occupation. In fact, it may not even exist at all. Many of the things we take for granted will one day pass away completely.
I open the door.
Many of the things we take for granted will pass away completely. Through their lesser magic, they tell everyone what's going on, right? But let's go.
When that time comes, men will no longer communicate. We may have diseases and barbarism. The whole
diseases and barbarism, right? So let's go straight to it. Filmed on July 8th, 2028, Shapat, in Parliament in the UK, where you are currently living, right? Let's hear what he have to say. What he have to say. Parliament.
Pandemics. Many may be asking that was such a huge event that took place in UK were now being held where? Around the whole world.
Trudy Lang, professor of global health research of the University of Oxford, saying pandemic drills like Exercise Pegasus were now being held around the world, and that there was a need to do better, to better share the results and findings, telegraphed November 25th. So this is why they got everybody looking at this immigration thing. There's a lot going on they putting in place, right?
Mm-hmm. And that there was a need to better share the results and findings. Now, all of this took place in the UK without nobody being informed, even though it was mentioned in the UK Parliament in July 2000.
Now, what were we talking about during November 25th in America? Thanksgiving, right?
Mm-hmm.
Coming off the backs of the shutdowns. What's going on with Trump chasing the immigrants the Democrats let in only a year, 2 years beforehand? So they got the whole world looking at that.
Yeah.
And guess what? They knew when they let these people over that they was going to go against all the dark ones, all the black ones, once Trump came into position. Everybody knew that. You see, they're not going after no Eastern Europeans that are actually illegal here. So they bring them all over the border so that they can now have what? The moral high ground to get rid of all of them under the name of national security. But I digress.
2025.
And later this year, we will have the largest ever national pandemic exercise that will test the UK's readiness for future pandemics.
You heard that?
Mm-hmm.
Shapat, this was earlier this year.
In the UK without nobody being informed, even though it was mentioned in the UK Parliament in July 2025.
And later this year, we will have the largest ever national pandemic exercise that will test the UK's readiness for future pandemics.
July 8th. Now, there's one guy who created the PCR test that I'm going to actually be talking about this coming Patreon this Friday. He's, unfortunately, he's dead now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but he wanted to inform people about the PCR test because he created it, right?
Right.
And they didn't want him to get in front of that. But anyway, I'll talk about that this coming Friday. So July 8th, Parliament stated in the UK, Shapat, that they'll be doing an exercise. November, they'll be doing an exercise that will set the United Kingdom's readiness for future pandemics. Right?
Many may be asking, that was such a huge event that took place in the UK. Why wasn't anyone notified? Well, those who are in the tight-knit circles privy to how the system works knows full well that the political machine in the UK is not managed by those you see in power.
Now, Elder Shapat, in the wake of what's going on right now with the white nationalists, with all the blacks in these other areas, Somalis and others in the United States, and y'all have the same issues in the UK, where now the white citizens are standing up saying, we're taking our country back, right? So in the midst of fermenting these racial tensions, if they was to say hypothetically a pandemic is happening and it's breaking out in Somaliland or in any place they put the immigrants, wouldn't that give the white nationalists the power and authority to quarantine the enemy, including who they were seeking to attack indirectly the whole time? God's people who were there before the immigration. What say you?
It would, and there's also a potential other target demographic, and that is quote unquote homeschooled children. I don't know if you remember this before the break in the previous academy. In the news, we was bringing out the fact that, yes, the UK made a so-called declaration or public announcement that we're rolling out a digital ID. And if you don't have it, you can't work. If you don't have it, you can't live in the UK. You don't have the quote unquote right to rent, right?
Yeah. Hit that like button, y'all. We about to go in. Go ahead, Chapot.
But that's not law as of yet, right? They're just talking about it. And here's the thing though. They are already rolling out digital ID for certain parts, certain demographics of the country. We brought this out about a month or two ago in the last academy. What demographic are they going after first? They are going after schools, and they're not calling it a digital ID. They're saying the points of contact that the government have, coming back to this idea and concept of overreach that Aldo was mentioning earlier. There's nothing wrong with government, but it's the overreach that's the problem. It's when they start to tell you how to live your life that is the problem. Am I breathing too much today, sir? Would you like me to take 4 breaths a minute or 5? But anyway, they are, this is the problem that they present, the problem, reaction, solution. Oh, we care so much about children that when parents decide to take them out of school and they're homeschooled, there's these stories that children go underprivileged and they're not eating right, or they're not being educated, or they're being left with the strange uncle and they're being molested, and on and on and on. All these stories, and we're not condoning any of these activities, but they're using these extremely statistically insignificant instances and saying these 1 out of 1,000 instances for homeschool children, because of that one time it happened, all homeschool children now, for not just homeschool children, every child, we now, for the points of contact, need to have them all singing together. And this is their key word that they're going to be using going forward, brothers and sisters. So you understand, it's called interoperability, meaning you have one system that's been there for decades, like the NHS, for example, or in America, the DMV, right? Records, the UK DVLA, same thing, just a different name. Sticking with the schools, you have the points of contact. So there's school records, what the teacher will, write up. If you were good in school, if you were bad, if you came in with a bruise, if you came in sick, if you came in with no lunch money, that's your school record. If there's any element of, what they call it, social services, and for whatever reason, why you would have social services involved with that child and that family, what records are kept on you there. Then you have your health records in the UK from the NHS, and what, you tripped and fell in school. Okay, so you had a little graze. Cool, here you go. Here's your vaccine records, on and on and on. All these points of contacts, these organizations, these government bodies currently, as per they claim, do not speak with one another, and each one will have a different reference for your child. We all already in the UK, you have an NHS number, okay? If you are subject to social security, not social security, if you are subject to some form of social services and having a social worker, or in foster care, or any part of that, or mental health, all of that apparatus, you will have a separate number. You'll have an education number for school, a student number, a pupil number. These are all separate numbers. So what they are rolling out already for children is a unique one number, which will be their NHS number. Okay, so they're already rolling out these different things.
So, I'm going to tell you, that homeschool we have, I Am Royal Academy, which is a religious base, parent guided class for their children. The children, they're swearing by it, right? They love these classes, but eventually they're going to make us educate our own children, illegal eventually. They're going to make it, they're going to try to, they'll always be able to find one story to demonize the whole thing, to destroy it all. And in a poor neighborhood, it's not too hard to find at least one person where something went wrong in a household, and they'll just sit and wait for that to destroy their target demographic. So, but again, we're going to take full advantage of the class while we can, the I Am Royal Academy. But we know eventually they're going to press against that because the government, Satan himself, want the children.
Yeah.
And this next generation is way more savvy, way stronger.
Yeah.
And our children aren't going to have to go through the lies
Right.
that we had to go through to find the truth. So which makes the next generation even more threatening to the powers that shouldn't be. But go ahead.
It gives them an advantage. And right, it's almost like the scenes in the Matrix where Neo's looking at and it's ironic that they're brothers, right? But he's looking at it's like, where's your plugs? Well, how come, it's like, no, I'm a homeborn child of Zion.
Exactly. I don't have no plugs. I was already plugged out. Exactly. And you notice the only safe place was Zion in the Matrix. They were dropping it.
Yeah. But coming back to this event Pegasus, or whatever, exercise Pegasus they're calling it, and to tie up all that stuff, because I went off a little bit of a tangent there on what I'm saying is another potential target for this thing here with this next so-called pandemic that they're planning for, right, is the fact that they've been drumming up these past few weeks that there's this new so-called virus going around and it's targeting children. Okay. And then every couple of weeks, they sprinkle these articles here and there and stories that children and parents are hesitant to vaccinate their children because of quote unquote vaccine hesitancy, which again comes back around kind of full circle to the whole idea of overreach in government and what you was mentioning at the very beginning, Elder, about things like TP USA, Turning Point USA, and the focus on children. And I know you want to get into these videos with these 100 pastors, and this will be a good segue, I think, going to Israel, is that not just children, of course, the parents too, not wanting to vaccinate their children unnecessarily because they're starting to wake up, and or educate their children the way these schools are educate some of the programs and topics and discussions that we've brought out in the news. I don't want to say nothing to rock the boat. Okay, get in the academy if you want to hear some of those things. But a lot of people are not trusting the government and its various alphabet agencies or its pseudoscientists. They're not respecting the government. So the only really alternative out of trust and respect in terms of rulership, okay, or governance, is fear. So like you mentioned, Esau is at that turning point. It's like, okay, we've lost the respectability, we've lost the trust factor. What other options do we have?
Fear. We're going to have to force the population to comply. Like through their deception, people voluntarily went along believing that there was some people who had their best interests who were actually in government. Right? For our people in particular, Judites and people here in America, once Barack Obama did what he did, all government trust eroded. Our people was like, well, okay. You bring in another and you get Somalis who run in the whole city when black people who tried to build their own wasn't bothering anyone. Our people, Judites, were bombed on Black Wall Street for trying to trade and circulate the money amongst ourselves to survive after Reconstruction. But yet, Obama gets in position and he opens the lane for East Africans and Cushites and all these people to undermine us. I don't know if you've seen last week's video. All the scamming in the billions. Our people aren't allowed to do that here.
Right.
And check it out. All of that crime that they are creating under the Obamites that were let in, the Obamanites, All of these are going into databases that's what? Bloviating the so-called black crime in America that falls on us. When you think about black crime demographic, no one thinks about foreigners. And it's being publicized throughout the earth that Judah, the blacks who built America, is committing all these crimes. So you have them come over here, do the crimes, knowing that by default, it falls on the blacks here in America. And all these immigrants and these politicians who brought these people in, they knew what they were doing.
Right.
Use a black face to now demonize us through all this criminality. I don't want to get too far off point, but we all understand, Shapad. Think about this. I need you to think about this good. You think these Somalis would be able to get their own town, understand what budgets to put in, proposals to put in to get all that money, if there wasn't white liberals directing them directly to the finances? I did some research, Shapad. You had the white liberals in place first who seen the minority money there, but they couldn't have access to it because the minority money belonged to the children of slaves. So how do we get over this technicality where white liberals can now get the money, being racist, from the people who built the country? I know what we can do. Let's bring in black people from other places. And under those numbers, we'll set up organizations. And because there's a black person, it's a minority, a person of color. And now we will set up all of these NGOs and all this money to siphon all of the civil rights money to white liberals. And then when Trump get in place, we'll flee the country and let the black Somalis hold the bag. Because they're looking at all this. Don't forget, folks, every some odd years during the election time, it's about the budgets and the federal money that's allocated to these cities. So the white liberals and the politicians are looking at all this money and saying, well, no one told these black people that this money belongs to them. We just have to produce black people. Well, what black people we got? Hey, we just visited Africa. Let's go and grab some of these villagers and just bring them in boatloads while Biden is downstairs asleep. Let's bring them in boatloads and just say, here's some black people. Well, what about this autism money that's allocated for black people? Well, we'll just let them believe that, tell them their children got autism, and we'll rob this thing in the billions of dollars. And then by the time Trump is in place, we'll tell them that only 13 or 14 black Somalians are responsible for it. But hold up. And this is what tipped me off, Shapad. If you came from a village over in Somalia, how do you know to come into America and get directly to the money that blacks who have lived here for generations don't know exist, unless one of these white liberals pointed you to the bag? Huh?
It's crazy. Every time you say white liberals out there, you know what pops in my mind is
what's that?
There's an interview with Malcolm X. I'm about to play that in a minute before I go to bed. But before we segue into the 100 so-called pastors in Israel, right? Let me read this about the exercise, the pandemic exercise the UK did without really publicizing this to the population, right? Called Pegasus. Let me read this piece here from the .gov, the Parliament website. This is wild.
Yeah.
And in relation to what you're mentioning, after the fact, after they present blackface, basically, right, on, that was the problem with all these billions of dollars going during COVID, right, with grants for this and grants for that. Check this out. It says the exercise is due to take place from September this year to November this year. So it ended a week and a half ago. Led by the Department of Health and Social Care and delivered with the UK Health and Security Agency. And by the way, brothers and sisters, they switched the name. It didn't used to be called that, but during COVID, they switched it to have health, have a quote unquote security aspect of it, right? So under national security protocols, health and what you do with your health can be considered a national security. Anyway, let me read on.
Go on.
It says core exercise days have been confirmed for 18th of September, 9th of October, 30th of October, simulating the first phases of a pandemic: emergency, containment, and mitigation. This is the part that I wanted to read that's interesting in relation to what you're highlighting, Elder, about at least the way it played out in America with the quote unquote Somalis. And now they want to pin all the blame, even though what they did was wicked and evil, but they're framing it in a way to say, yeah, the billions that was lost, not trillions that was added to the debt, brothers and sisters, during COVID, with the printing money, what they technically call quantitative easing. They just add money into the economy, devaluing your purchasing power of your dollars. Let's ignore that. The billions that was taken by these Somalis, right? In relation to that, it says here, a fourth phase of this Pegasus exercise, they want to focus on recovery. Not the health recovery, but the economic recovery. COVID murked economies up and down this earth, brothers and sisters. The UK is still trying to reel from COVID, where it purposefully shut down businesses, shut down schools, shut down hospitals. A fourth phase recovery is also planned for when? 2026. So they're still doing this event Pegasus. It's still live.
They're still doing the exercise.
They're doing the recovery phase of this exercise for this coming so-called new year in a few weeks. The UK government has committed to communicating the findings and lessons of the exercise as recommended by the COVID-19 inquiry, and post-exercise report will be delivered in due season. The COVID-19 inquiry in the UK is looking at all the millions and billions of pounds that went to these companies that were brothers and sisters, husbands and wives of UK politicians that went on company's house and opened a company like overnight and said, yay, we're a PPE, personal protection equipment supplier, and got contracts from the government for the tunes of hundreds of millions of pounds. This sounds hyperbolic what I'm saying, but it literally happened multiple times for multiple MPs, that's politicians in the UK, for their husbands and wives or brothers and sisters or aunts and uncles to go set these companies up. They're doing that right now in this so-called, what they call it, COVID-19 inquiry. That's going to come to nothing, okay? Because all they do is they use these fancy words like, oh, the company's now dissolved, so there's no money that can be got from this company, right? But so they're looking at the ways of how to recover economically. They use these words talking about recovery, and you're going to assume, oh, people get sick, so they're talking about health and recovering health-wise. No, they're looking at ways digitally, like with a digital ID and digital currency, on how they can economically recover. And I'll leave it there.
Well, Shapat, before you go, because I'm sure you want to chime in, because it's about to get hot up in here. It's about to get deep, right?
Mm-hmm.
First and foremost,
let me see if I can share that in the chat. Yeah, I can. That's the link, brothers and sisters, to the UK Parliament thing on the Pegasus exercise. The link's right there.
Shapat, I couldn't help. I don't know if you can see this.
I'm looking.
I couldn't help but grab this National Geographic spread on Mary.
Okay.
When I seen this in the supermarket. And I'm like, it's some interesting stuff in here. And it's like, Shapat, I'm like, these Edomites are going to die on this hill.
For real.
Right? I mean, everybody in the world know that Christ and Mary were black. But in it is some interesting information in here, Shapad. Very interesting information. But it's really not about Mary and or Christ at all. See, a lot of people don't know what the Jewish people worship is a spirit. Way back when in ancient times it came down in the earth, where the legend of the Anunnaki is a virgin woman who made it through the flood and was able to bring forth a child of Osiris incarnate into the earth, one of the original childs of the Anunnaki, which is the origin virgin birth story. Right? So this ties in the conscious community, the Jewish people, because they're really worshiping the same gods and goddesses. It's just that the conscious community is saying they're black Africans, but the white Jews know exactly who these spirits are and the origin of these spirits on the next level. And this is why they work in tandem over there in New York against the Bible. They're going to die on this hill. Number one, Mary was not a white woman, not Christ's mother. Right? So Christ was a black man, but they're going to die on this hill. Right? A lot of people don't know this. If you haven't been in the academy, she's called the Queen Mother of Heaven. This have nothing to do with Mary. It's the Babylonian goddess later on called Semiramis. It goes back to the Isis, Osiris, Horus story in whiteface. Okay? This has nothing to do with God or Christ or the people in the Bible. Zero. Now, if you want to talk about the Queen Mother of Heaven in the Bible, then you'll have to go almost about 500 years, a little under 500 years before Christ was born. Right? You would have to go to Jeremiah 44 and 15. Now, this sets up what I'm about to bring in immaculately, Elder.
Now, I wonder, real quick, Elder, maybe I have to watch this movie again. But it's interesting you mentioned Snake Eyes at the beginning of this evening's broadcast.
Yeah.
Starring Nicolas Cage.
Yep.
Because there's another Nicolas Cage movie kicking about right now called The Carpenter's Son or Son of the Carpenter. I think it's called The Carpenter's Son.
The Carpenter's Son.
That joint is a little weird. I wasn't really paying attention to it, but they've got some interesting activity on the demonic side up in that piece.
But Shapat, you would think that both of us had a conversation concerning you're not gonna I know you want to go to sleep, but you're not gonna believe what I'm about to bring out. But stick with me. Jeremiah 44 and 15 reads, and here's the reason why our people went into captivity, folks. Right? We're talking about almost 500 years before the Christ in the Bible was born. Jeremiah 44 and 15 reads out of your King James Version Bible. Then all the men which knew that their wives had burned incense unto other gods. Now, these are the same gods that are worshipped in Egypt and in the conscious community. Well, the Jewish people, without telling the world, worship the same gods. They just present those gods and goddesses as white. And all the women that stood by, a great multitude, even all the people that dwelt in the land of Egypt and Pathros, answered Jeremiah, saying, as for the word that thou hast spoken unto us in the name of the Lord, we will not hearken unto thee. but we will certainly do whatsoever thing goeth forth out of our own mouths. So our forefathers started doing what we wanted to do. To do what? To burn incense, Shabbat, unto the Queen of Heaven. Well, worshiping the Queen of Heaven is the reason our people went into slavery. This is why God punished us. So what would Esau do? He would set up the same religion that enslaved us in ancient times by having us worship the Queen Mother of Heaven, by making the ignorant believe that this woman here is Mary when it's really a black goddess turned white that our people were worshiping in ancient Israel. Hence the reason the Most High said, you know what? I'm kicking your behinds out of the land. This is the reason we have been dispersed throughout the earth, folks, believing in the virgin birth. It's a lie. It's a legend. The virgin in the New Testament is different than the virgin that's connected to the mythological legend that's taught in the Christian church. So every time we get near this time of year, they pull out the same lie that led to our captivity. Listen to this. As for the word that thou hast spoken unto us in the name of the Lord, we will not hearken unto thee. But we will certainly do whatsoever thing goeth forth out of our own mouths to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven and to pour out drink offerings unto her, as we have done, we, our fathers, our kings, our princes, in the cities of Judah. The black man in America is from the tribe of Judah. And this is why we're in America right now, following this Catholic, pagan, cult garbage. The Bible doesn't uphold the ideology of the virgin birth. I'm going to show you where that doctrine comes from. These are occultists. These are pagans. Listen to this. But we will certainly do whatsoever thing goeth forth out of our own mouth to burn incense. And it says, in the cities of Judah, to the Queen Mother of Heaven, and in the streets of Jerusalem, and for then had we plenty victuals, and were well, and saw no evil. So the pagans would incentivize our people serving their virgin mother. But since we left off the burning incense to the Queen of Heaven and the pour drink offerings unto her, we have wanted all things, because usually you'll be what? You'll be ostracized. The government will now try to claim that you are rogue, you are cult. So to be included, our people started doing what the pagans were doing for inclusion, and have been consumed by the sword and by the famine. And when we burned incense to the Queen of Heaven and poured out drink offerings unto her, did we make her cakes to worship her and pour out drink offerings unto her without our men? That's right. This is a woman. This is upheld by women to keep the satanic traditions going. And it says, poured out drink offerings unto her, libations to the Orishas. It's the same African worships that is being done through the Vatican. And this is why the same way the Vatican have financed Muslims to come over here, they're the greatest proponents and financiers for the conscious community. It's the same gods and goddesses worship. And both of them are against the Bible. The Vatican as well as the conscious community. They're working together as Antichrist. Then Jeremiah said unto all the people, to the men and to the women, this is what Jeremiah the prophet said now, and to all the people who had given him the answer, saying, the incense that you burn in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem, ye and your fathers, your kings and your princes, and the people in the land, did not the Lord remember them and came not into his mind? He told our people, Did you think about our God at all when you was worshiping these pagan gods? As for that has spoken. Listen to this. Let me get straight to it. It says right here. Let me get it. It says right here. Let me get straight to it. So that the Lord can no longer bear because of the evil of your doings, and because of the abominations which you have committed. Therefore is your land a desolation and an astonishment and a curse, without an inhabitant as this day. So what is he telling his people? For you turning your back on God, worshiping the Virgin Mother, you and your children are going into captivity. You're going into slavery. That's why amongst the pagans, once a year, the slave master must serve the slaves during the time of Saturnalia. It's incentivizing our people to stay under the curse. So every time this year, your boss and all that is happy with you, throw you a party. It seems like they're the nicest people in the world, but it's only to bribe you into staying under their spiritual captivity, which is what? The worshiping of the Queen, Mother of Heaven, who really goes back to Lilith. Okay. Even on the pyramids, it shows Osiris at the bottom in hell with Isis there. And then there's a cord connected under the grave where another child is being born to be presented to the earth after the flood, the virgin child. That's the spirit of Antichrist that's worshiped by the top sages and or rabbis. Hence the reason why they talk more about Mary than they do Christ in the Catholic Church. They speak more about Mary than Christ. Right? So a lot of people don't know, Shaphat, that this is embedded within the Jewish religion, who are in collusion with the Catholic Church to continue to spread the lie, the Antichrist lie, hiding their true religion of Mithraism, but yet worshiping that goddess in plain sight without anyone realizing it. This is where the what? This is where the virgin birth came into play. It was during the 14th century under Duns the Scot. He was a Catholic Jesuit of the Holy Roman Catholic Church. A demon. Well, guess what? It was he, Duns Scot, not the disciples, not the people in the Bible, who came up with the concept of what? The Immaculate Conception of Mary. The 14th century BC. We're talking about 1,500 years after, quote unquote, the so-called birth of Christ. They came with this concept to reinsert this what? Ancient worship back into existence, knowing that they would teach us the same lie that led to our captivity over here in America eventually. Huh? We're putting it all together here for you. Huh? So this concept of a virgin birth came from two separate verses taught incorrectly to uphold the lie that leads to us what? Ignorantly following the same religion that led to our slavery. Huh? So let's talk real quick now. Let's talk. Elder Shaphat. What do Christians and Jews have in common? Right? They must have something in common. What's that? Because there was what? Fair use. Let me play this real quick. for educational purposes only. CBN, another alleged Jesuit Christian Zionist broadcast. Okay. CBN is pagan than all hell. Mm-hmm. The Christian Broadcast Network. They're some of the people, TBN, CBN, who put on the large scale people like T.D. Jakes and all that before us. Right? So let's see what the Christian Broadcast News is peddling. Fair use.
And Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
A partnership between Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Friends of Zion Museum led to the unprecedented visit.
As the first time in history, the state of Israel has officially partnered with 1,000 strategic pastors to commission them as ambassadors to combat anti-Semitism and reach the youth of their generation.
To combat anti-Semitism and to what? Reach the youth of this generation, Shapat. Let's talk about it. The Holocaust story doesn't weigh in politically for this generation as it did our generation. Right? But I used to always ask. I asked my parents, I'm like, what are we talking about some white people in Germany for affecting the politics here when our people are suffering here in America? Why every time I hear a slavery story, I'm seeing something on TV that's talking about what happened with them? Not that if what happened with them was good or bad. If it was bad, but it happened over there. Aren't they muddying the waters for the people who are suffering over here? Shouldn't they be talking about the oppression of what happened with their people over in Germany, since those are the people who've oppressed them? So I used to wonder how that politically affected us here. Like, what does that have to do with us? It's unfortunate that people die in war, but the only atrocities we should be talking about in America is with the North American Indians and the black slaves that were brought here. You should be pressing the Germans on all that. I shouldn't be seeing buildings all around talking about a monument and all this based on what happened over there. That's stifling our progress politically. Right? So is this being used as a proxy to make an even argument so that our people cannot have the resounding voice of victim, including being victimized by the same people who are shouting that they're victims based on what happened in Europe? So I'm going to say this, right? I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, this generation are more informed. They have TikTok. They have everything. Guess what? They have access to the news, and they're not going to be easily led through the old propaganda that deceived Christians here in America. And they know this. So they got 1,000 pastors together, Elder. How much money do you think that costs to bring 1,000 pastors over into Israel and prep them for days and hotels and all of that with information to come back here to do what? First and foremost, what does Christians and Jewish people have in common? Now, why am I asking this? Well, right? Let me go here, Elder Lawyer. I'm sorry about that, Elder Shapat. Let's go here in Timothy real quick, 2 Timothy, because am I going to back you strictly because you are in a Jewish faith, even if it's contrary to my doctrine? Which means, if Christ was living today, would he be standing for the state of Israel? Would he be? Well, let's see. Because the only way to see is, let's deal with the doctrinal part first. Right? Let's go ahead to the Bible real quick, because you know we're Bible people. Right? Let's go straight there. let's check out 2 Timothy. 2 Timothy, the 2nd chapter, and we're going to start about the 3rd verse.
All right.
Right? 2 Timothy's 2 and 3. Matter of fact, 4 and 3. I'm sorry. 4 and 3. 4 verse 3, it reads. Right?
Can we read it?
Yeah, you can read it.
2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 3. For the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lusts shall they heap to themselves teachers having itching ears.
So it tells us in the last days that the people would no longer endure sound doctrine. The doctrine of Christ. Right? We would focus more so being led by those who was responsible for getting rid of Christ. If you look at the history of the Bible. So obviously I'm being straight out. Who is the people? And guess what? Let's put 2,000 years to the side. But the Bible says in the very end, Christians aren't going to look at doctrine anymore. They'll have itching ears, so they'll be listening politically to what financially benefit them. Itching ears.
And they shall turn away their ears from the truth.
Who's the truth? Christ. And what?
And shall be turned unto fables.
And they're going to trick the Christians into following fables like the Queen Mother of Heaven that was worshipped in ancient Babylon. See? They would purposely distort the truth of Christ and Christians by having people celebrate Sunday, knowing that it's not the day to be worshiped according to the word. They'll incentivize stores and all that, where each year Christians are celebrating Christ's birth, December 25th. No, it leads right back to the virgin child, Semiramis, Horus, and all of that in ancient times that secretly worship amongst those who worship Mithraism in Rome. So they all celebrate Christmas, some form of it, folks, including Jewish people. So here it is, and shall be turned into fables, lies. Read.
Verse 5. But watch thou in all things.
But watch in all things, come on.
Endure afflictions, do the work of an evangelist, make full proof of thy ministry.
This is what preachers are supposed to be doing. As an evangelist, make full proof of your ministry. You're supposed to be teaching what? The gospel of Christ. You're not supposed to be politically used by the state of Israel. That's not your duty according to the cloth. Right? Now, read that last piece again.
Verse 5. But watch thou in all things, endure afflictions, do the work of an evangelist, make full proof of thy ministry.
Make full proof of thy ministry. Now, let's look into the Talmud to see what the Jewish religion, Netanyahu and all that, let's see how they feel about our Jesus Christ according to their own writings. So when you read the New Testament, when it says we're not under the law, it was speaking of the oral law that the Jewish people were using against the law of Moses. That's why it tells us Christ warned us about these what? These traditions that were set up by the converts. So when it says we're not under the law but grace, it's speaking of the oral law that they were trying to push on our people. Christ was pushing up against it. The oral law is what Jewish people follow in their synagogues under the what? Under what we see right here. The Talmud. So before I get marching orders by Israel as a Christian, I must first see if what they teaching aligns with the Christ I'm serving. Right? So let's go into the Gemara, the Talmud, and let's read it. Let's read it. I'm going to break it down. Right? Uncleus Bar Canonicus, the son of Titus' sister, wanted to convert to Judaism. So this was an Edomite, a Roman, who wanted to convert to the religion. Judaism is for converts. That means you're not from the bloodline of the people in the Bible. You've converted into a religion called Judaism. It's a clear difference between being from the tribe of Judah and or a Jew through conversion. Right? Now, who is most important in the world? Where you are now? Titus said to him, the Jewish people. Uncleus asked him, should I then attach myself to them in this world? Titus.
Wait, you skipped over a bit, Elder.
Okay, hold on. Where?
And it's important relating to what happened about a year ago, give or take, I can't remember, when there were stories of little kids' mattresses and tunnels in New York. And why they were doing that is because they were trying to speak to their quote unquote Messiah. Scroll back up a little bit because it talks about necromancy. Just scroll up a tiny little bit.
You mean down or up?
Right there. Right there.
Hold on.
Where you mentioned Uncleus, the first bit where you mentioned Uncleus.
Uncleus, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me get it.
The Gemara relates Uncleus Bar Canonicus, the son of Titus' sister.
Hold on, let me get it.
Okay.
This scroll is just horrible.
It's all over the place, huh?
Right here, where it says Uncleus Bar Canonicus.
That's right.
Man, what's up with this? Yeah, hold on. He went and raised Titus from the grave through necromancy. What is that? Necromancy is forbidden according to the Old Testament, right? Now it's talking about, he went and raised Titus from the grave through necromancy. So a lot of the Christians were doing work, raising people from the dead, where the Jewish people were calling it what? They were calling it sin. Right? Hold on. This thing is, right? Hold on. Let me get rid of this. Hold on. I'm sorry about this, folks. This thing is acting up here. Right? Anything else you want to say before I go through it, Elder?
No, that was it.
All right. I'll do it this way then, because I think they have these pages going haywire on purpose. Uncleus asked him, should I then attach myself to them here in this world? Titus said to him, their commandments are numerous. You will not be able to fulfill them. It is best that you do as follows. Go out and battle against them in the world, and you will become a chief, as it is written. Her adversaries, Zarabiah, have become the chief, which means anyone who distresses Israel will become the chief. Uncleus said to him, what is the punishment of that man? A euphemism for Titus himself in the next world. Titus said to him, listen to this, that which he decreed against himself, as he undergoes the following. Every day, speaking of once you're dead, his ashes are gathered, and they judge him, and they burn him, and they scatter him over the 7 seas. Listen to this. Uncleus then went and raised Balaam from the grave through necromancy. He said to him, who is most important in that world where you are now? Balaam said to him, the Jewish people. Uncleus asked him, should I then attach myself to them here in this world? Balaam said to him, you shall not seek their peace or their welfare all the days. Uncleus said to him, what is the punishment of that man? A euphemism for Balaam himself in the next world. Balaam said to him, he is cooked and boiling semen. Now, who would even have this in their writings? To show you some of the freakisms in their writings, folks. He is cooked in boiling semen as he calls Israel to engage in licentious behavior with the daughters of Moab. Listen to this now. Elder Shaphat, this is what their particular writings that they uphold over the Torah says about the Bible's Messiah, Christ himself. Yes, he's written in their what? Talmud. Uncleus then went and raised Jesus the Nazarene from the grave through necromancy. So they're saying that Christ didn't rise from the grave naturally like it's written, according to even though it was recorded in the Roman Empire and in the annals of Rome, the superstition of him coming back to life. They said, no, he was raised through witchcraft, according to what Jewish people believe. Uncleus said to him, who is most important in that world where you are now? Jesus said to him, the Jewish people. Uncleus asked him, should I then attach myself to them in this world? Jesus said to him, their welfare you shall seek, and their misfortune you shall not seek. For anyone who touches them is regarded as if he were touching the apple of his eye. Right? Now check this out. Hold on. Then it goes here. The Nazarene. Uncleus then went and raised Jesus the Nazarene from the grave. Right? Let me go down. 1 second. Uncleus said to him, what is the punishment of that man? A euphemism for Jesus himself in the next world. Jesus said to him, he is punished with boiling excrement, as the master said. And anyone who mocks the words of the sages will be sentenced to boiling excrement. Now, why is this in their particular Talmud? Well, if you raise someone from the dead, it's witchcraft. And they say, well, the sin, according to Jesus' own mouth in the Talmud, is that his judgment should be what? Him boiling in human excrement. So a judgment with his own words is where your Lord and Savior resides in the present. They believe that our Christ is not on the throne in heaven, that according to his own words, because he raised people from the dead, that his punishment is now in the earth, boiling in human feces. And they'll use this particular writing of the sages, and they'll teach this amongst their children and others within the Jewish religion. They'll say, well, since Christ mentioned this in the Talmud, and he raised people from the dead, he must be, according to his words, burning in human excrement, right? Now, what these people believe who don't believe in Christ is sending Christians into America on behalf of the Jewish state, the new Jewish state of Israel. So let's go back real quick, if you may, and then Shaphat, it's up to you. You can stay up because I don't think you're probably going to pick up where I'm going with this later. But it's right on the cusp of the spirits that they were able to use through science that leads to what's in AI right now as a form of control that they will utilize to get rid of all of the corporate jobs. There will be no corporate jobs. The office jobs are done. All the people they're bringing in from other countries are used to personal entrepreneurship to survive. That's the new model. The IRS is moving from the industrial side of things when it comes to what? people applying for their taxes and all that through a corporation, knowing that we're going into a world where everyone will be personally responsible for their own taxes under 1099. All of the tax agents and all of that is pivoting that way intentionally. And they're going to use what? AI to regulate it all. But guess what? Do you all know, folks, who's in control until they lose control of it? It's a quick way of getting the whole world under control before the mark of the beast, where only one people will be in political control of all of it. But first, they need the Christians in America to get on board with it. Because it was the spirit of Christians in America who moved Zionism forward. Why? Because it takes the strength of those who believe in Christ to move anything in this world. So by default, if they can trick us into believing it's what? In the interest of our Christ, they can use our power to actually get rid of their enemies who are Christians. Now, I don't want to go too far in this, but I'm just setting it up for y'all here, right? 1,000 pastors explore and went over to Israel to come back to do what?
Mike Evans says Israel's fight is not just on the battlefield.
Right now, there's an ideological war that Israel's losing. So they need the evangelicals, they need the Zionists to fight an ideological war.
One of the goals of this gathering is to strengthen Christian support during a time of growing global anti-Semitism.
Racist evangelicals. The Zionists have created evangelicals, folks. It's them teaching in our church that the state of Israel that was created in 1948 is some type of biblical prophecy we're supposed to get behind, with them being the chosen people. That's the new ideology of the replacement theology that the Jesuits begin to teach amongst the evangelicals to get our people who are Israelites on board with supporting something that was just created only a few decades ago. Right? What do Christians have to do with the politics of America and or Israel? Right?
They say the pulpit must speak louder than the propaganda.
So it's just, I think, an extraordinary time for pastors to go to their pulpits and to speak with clarity and with boldness and to push back on the anti-Semitism, the bigotry that is being pushed toward Jewish people and toward the people of Israel.
Unfortunately, the pulpit has become quiet about those things. We've allowed cultural voices to speak louder to the congregation than the pastors have on these topics. So it's been motivating to make sure that we go back and bring the message of who Israel is to the Lord. And
how is he going to bring Israel is to the Lord when our people went into captivity before 1948, and he so happened to be one of those?
And before we speak about who Israel is to the Lord, can we speak about what you just read from their Sanhedrin, Talmud, satanic text?
Yeah, go ahead,
about what's going on in hell? Before you trying to, do this war from the pulpit thing, can we talk about that text first, please?
Yeah.
It's a family show, but Lord.
Burning in human excrement?
Yeah.
Should I go to some of the videos showing Christians being kicked around and spit upon by even children over in Israel that are just hitting Christians, just attacking, spitting on them, and all this I've seen? Where's the defense for those who believe in Christ? But go ahead, Shabbat.
No, Elder. You know what? We're not getting it, okay? The Bible says he will bless those that bless Israel. Okay, so even though they're spitting in your face, you're still supposed to bless them.
So are you supposed to bless the people of the Bible, the physical people, or the state of Israel?
No, just anything that has the word Israel on it. Okay, forget about the bloodline. Forget about that. Okay.
Well, I mean, should I support it if there's warfare and murder? Because let me ask you this question. Here's a better question. Do you think that Gaza right now would have been utterly eradicated if Eastern Europeans didn't come into the Middle East to make the land of Israel after World War I and or World War II? Would Gaza and all those people who were there before the white Europeans got there, how do you think that would have worked out? You think the Palestinians would still be living in the houses they purchased?
That's a good question.
And,
yes.
I'm saying, but what do Christians think about somebody just popping out of nowhere a few decades ago and bombing the people, into the sea, right, and selling real estate on the land of the people that have now been destroyed through the carnage of war? How can Christians back that?
Oh, it says he will bless them to bless. Can I just put my tithe in the tithe plate, please, and go home?
I mean, that's going to be a tough sell.
It is, and I don't think they really again, like you're asking a simple question, because the Bible's simple. Okay, when you accept Christ, when you accept the lens Christ tells us to read it in, it's super simple, right? Unfortunately, they don't, right? And the Bible says that man of sin must be revealed. Then the end shall come. They are doing all the revealing. It's like a cabaret, the old school movies, the La La or Cha Cha Cha. They're doing that and they're revealing themselves everywhere.
Well, speaking about revealing themselves anywhere, maybe they would want to support the land of Israel if they believe, according to this National Geographic, that Mary is just popping up all over the scene right now. Right? The white Mary.
Have a look.
Right? You see how all the world is bowing to the Queen Mother of Heaven. National Geographic, man. And man, that ain't nothing. You see this lily white woman with this little child with two bulls which represent Baal behind it? Right? Wall Street, the two bulls, it's not by chance. Right? This is the devil's religion right here. Right? And look at all these innocent people who's going into Israel to make a place for the peaceful Jewish people, man. See that? So surely there'll be peace on earth once these people go into the land of Israel, right? Don't you just feel the love right here? Right? Looking like that. And here it is. For people who want to believe this nonsense, they got a map of Mary sightings all over the earth. Mary popping up, man. She's popping up all over the earth right now. Right? It ain't even about Christ. All in Africa. She's popping up over here. She's over there. Right? Mary is just popping it off. Right? Look, over here too. Look.
Is that a real thing?
Man,
Map
listen,
of Mary
man,
sightings?
she's being seen. She's on a set right now.
What is she doing?
Man, listen, she's just showing off a little bit. She's popping up here, there, and everywhere. They're not even talking about Christ. Right? So, speaking of popping up in this book, for those who want to believe it, Mary is still popping up all over the place. But it's keeping the superstition in place of a white Jewish mother who's the what? The mother of God. Now, Shabbat, this is where it gets crazy. Because it doesn't have anything to do with Mary. It goes back to Osiris is Azazel. right? You have Azazel, you have Simjaza. Well, there's an old battle between Satan and Simjaza over a woman. When you look at the what? When you look at the Sumerian text of the Anunnaki, where they would bring forth a child after Satan takes the child that belonged to Semiramis, takes the woman, Semiramis, and have a virgin child with, and bring forth eventually the spirit that would be in who we call Nimrod. And they would continue the legend on this side with Nimrod, Semiramis, and Tammuz. This is why Jewish people are Babylonian driven under that same ancient legend. But check this out. In the religion, connection to the underworld, their sages were able to connect to spirits. Their spirits were called golem. Now, back in the ancient times, the Jewish sages on the Babylon would use a statue called a golem to bring in a spirit who could guide their high politicians and their kings to give them insight on the future. It was called golem. This is going to trip you out, Shapat. This is going to trip you out. Well, since we're talking about golem, well, what is golem according to the Jewish people, Shapat? And how does that link directly to AI, artificial intelligence today? Well, y'all have to get in the academy because we're breaking down AI week 8. The spiritual component. They're not going to tell people, folks, this thing is way deeper than a tool to help people out.
Damn, I just Googled it.
Oh, don't go before me. Don't go before me, Shapat.
Wow.
I'm slow walking this, buddy. We are slow walking. The golem, right? There was some mentioning of the golem in the Lord of Rings. Well, what is a golem?
Is that the joint that was talking about my precious with the ring?
Yeah, but there's something elder. There's something deeper than that.
That's a Monopoly move right there. Anyway, inside joke.
Oh yeah. Oh, you know I'm slow walking this thing. I am slow walking this, all right? Because now it's really time to pull the layers off here, right? Elder Shapat, meet the golem, which is the first artificial intelligence, right? So you remember what years ago they were showing Frankenstein? He's alive, he's alive. Well, that was the Jewish rabbis under science using an artificial or made body that can hold a spirit in which their top sorcerers can control. Where it's a body that's operating outside of what? Outside the bounds the spirit world have given us, where our God places a spirit in a man. Well, meet the golem. Now, golem, Shapat, used to be what? Golem, under Jewish folklore, used to be like a statue that they can call a spirit into. If they sacrifice to, that spirit would give them, as a medium, information or control over the villages. Right? So let's keep on going here. What is the connection between AI and the golem? So in order for them to deal with the golem, Shapat, we're dealing with idolatry. They need an idol to control that spirit. Right? They have this in Islam with the jinn, and they also have this under Judaism, idolatry through the golem. They have to have what? Something from the earth shaped out as a person or animal so that the spirit can enter in conversation. And usually they're coming with ancient information, strategies for war and or what? Empire building. Because these are the same spirits who fell before the flood. They're in the earth for the sages who's willing to communicate with them. So now these spirits, folks, have given mankind the technology, including computers, so that they can have better access to rule. Eventually, folks, using the sages like they did before the flood. Enter AI. What's a golem? The artificially created human of Jewish tradition has long been invoked as a metaphor for artificial intelligence by scientists, philosophers, writers, and artists. The motivations or methods of creating a golem, as well as the golem's actions once he's been brought to life, have proved powerful analogies to the potential risks and benefits of creating artificial intelligence. What happened when they let Frankenstein loose? He ended up choking out the guy who made him and was beyond control once he was let out of the village. Which means, metaphorically, what they're putting out there is that you cannot put the genie back in the bottle. If they were going to release artificial intelligence, I'm going to show you what it is, more in the academy too, then they knew that eventually this would be an apparatus, which is a spirit that would see man as a threat before it's all said and done.
As in the days of Noah.
As in the days of Noah. And the only one that's going to be able to get rid of this spirit is the one power the Jewish people don't even believe in. But I digress. Look at this. The origins of the golem. The word golem appears once in the Bible. Thine eyes did see my golem. I've seen it in the Hebrew. It's what? In the darkness, the embryo stage of man, an embryo. Right? It really means an embryo, something that they can shape for their own will, like God shaped Adam. Now, I'm not going to go too far in it because I got a lot to unpack and I know you have to go to sleep. Folks, this is linking to their universities and everything. The golem. Right? They show.
I'd be surprised if this is connected with stem cells and stuff.
Not only is, guess what? You know how they got the stem cells they needed? Well, when they shut everything down, I believe, when they had this little thing where people couldn't go see their own families and separating people from people, there was a lot of science going on that we don't even know about. I can only surmise that would have been the only time that they could have did things that they wouldn't have normally been able to do under normal circumstances. I'm just putting that out there. Here's the golem, right? It's a spirit that speaks to the sages and give them information on how to rule. Now, it tell you in the book of Revelation at the very end that these spirits will be released from the river Euphrates, but they must be controlled. Well, they're being controlled under the science. That's controlled by the synagogue of Satan, the modern day science. How do we now give the golem access through our technology to rule so many people at once? Get the information we need to tie everything in. Well, we'll have those of the ancient wisdom give the understanding or knowledge or fixes for everything humans need. Right? So hold up. Hey, check it out. What does it mean to create a golem? Well, in the Jewish mystical tradition, creating a golem was understood as a means to grow closer to the Creator and to achieve spiritual perfection. Well, the Creator they're talking about is Samael, Satan. To go to the wise one who had knowledge from the heavens into the earth since the beginning. That's Samael or Lucifer himself. Right? The whole concept of Frankenstein, right? Now, let me show you this. The golem. Get that out of the way. As it is core, the golem motif explores the mystery and power of the creative act. Folks, guess what? Robots. Robots are the up-to-date technology for the advanced golem. Huh? Hold up, there's more. And look at this here. In 1965, Eld, what does that look like to you? In 1965, the Weizmann Institution in Israel built a new computer, and Gershom Scholem, the renowned scholar of Jewish mysticism, pronounced that it should be named Golem Aleph. At the dedicatory ceremony, Scholem expounded on the commodities between the Golem of Prek and the computer, including, so I resign myself to say the Golem and its creator develop peacefully and don't destroy the world. Shalom. May the Golem and the world develop together peacefully. And he prayed that it doesn't destroy the world. The Golem gave them the technology to be in medium or the go-between using the computers. These are the same spirits the sages have been worshiping and sacrificing to since ancient times, who have given them the more powerful medium using the computers as a golem. Now, this is where we're going. The computer chip. That's what it looked like, doesn't it? It would be the last form of control for the sages or the rabbis to introduce AI. It's not AI at all. It's a spirit communicating. Right? Now, so when...
All roads lead to Rome.
Now, Shapat, when did... Here it is. When did they release the spirits that can be controlled through their rabbis? Well, they were able to release this spirit when they turned on CERN. Right? I don't know how many people remember this. Years ago, this is where they get the spirits that goes into the computers to communicate now. Right? I think people forgot this ceremony when they turned on CERN. Remember this? When all the pagans and the witches and warlocks got together.
Mm-hmm.
Look at these demons. See these rituals? Look at these freaks. Look at these freaks. When they turned on CERN. Look. Opening up portals to hell. Right? Look at these nut jobs at CERN celebrating a satanic ritual. Right? Now check this out, Shapat. There's a woman who did a study. She was working closely with some of the scientists who are behind what? Opening CERN. For those who don't know the research, you may think the Bible is incorrect, but they use what? They use parts of the Tower of Babel to create CERN. So there was a woman, right? A scientist. I can't play it all. I'm going to deal with it more in the academy. But check her out, Shapat. She started dealing with the scientists who set up CERN.
She invited me to see everybody and put me at the table of two physicists from the CERN, one in Geneva, one in Portugal. The two questions that really intrigued me.
One in Geneva, one in Portugal, and there's another part of it in where? Iraq. Scientists are pretty sure they found a portal to the fifth dimension.
Was, what are you doing special there? And how many dimensions? This has intrigued me. I have still not to this day found a real definition of reality. Anyway, I said, so how many dimensions officially are living in the CERN? And they both said 17, very affirmatively.
A dimension into another world outside of ours. Now they're found scientifically by using their technology how to mainstream these spirits directly into their priesthood to lead who? All of the governments of the world. What does she say? Let's go to the 30-minute mark. I can't play it all. Listen to this. 30-minute mark. Listen to what she says. Fair use.
Look at, they have brochures on. They never list them very clearly, but you can see that this is near astronomy. It is linked to the research on astronomy. They talk that they're doing research on space and time, on wormhole, on black hole, on entanglement, quantum theory, and many other things. So when you see that, you say, okay, so how can I verify what they're saying? And that's where the problem starts. And it's the same with everything micro and macro. We cannot check what they're saying to us about the universe, and we cannot check what they're talking to us about subatomic. And as a methodologist of science and critical thinker, I'm like, they can just fool us the whole way, what they're doing. And I will add to that the CERN has been put on the scene at the inauguration of the Gotthard, Saint Gotthard tunnel. And Saint Gotthard means Saint God. Yeah.
Saint God. A portal directly to the spirits who control the kings of the earth. The gods were always here since what? Since the beginning. When we look at rabbis, sages, they are the go-between that was utilized by all the Gentile nations, folks. They were the sages. Until these same powers or demons or spirits gave them the knowledge to actually create the computers, where now they can do it more advanced and get to more people in a short amount of time. Eventually, they're going to move all of the CEOs and all the people that are controlling things out of the way. Listen to this.
In Swiss German. So this Saint Gotthard tunnel was inaugurated for traversing this just beside the Bridge of the Devil. And during the inauguration, our official politicians were standing there looking at...
Politicians were there. You see those people dancing and all that? The politicians and all that of the earth was there, folks. But check out what they seen when they turned CERN on.
At the CERN open door with angels and demons going through it. And very crazy, naked, looking naked dance with horns on their heads. And at that time, I thought it looks awful. But now that I put it with the CERN, you're going, okay, there is something fishy going on here. And there are many other aspects that have been confirmed by security, that there are tunnels under going to the UN, to the WEF, to...
There's tunnels there going to the United Nations.
Geneva. And
to Geneva.
Lake of Geneva. And so we are in a very important point in CERN, because CERN is, the name comes from Cernunnos, the god of the deer, and the deer in Latin is Cernunnos. But it is an animal, beautiful, but it's an animal with horns.
An animal with horns, the Baphomet. Now check it out. She said they turned on CERN, and there was angels and demons. The scientists seen them. That was the ritual you seen that was leading to what they would actually witness once they turned CERN on. Spirits that now can be what? Communicated with by the high sages. Right? So what are they going to do next? So they were opening up the portals for demons who would control all the scientists and all these people that are pulling the levers we see today and rolling things out. It's them over all of your science right now. Let me tell you, there's not a doctor in this world who knows more than AI. They're trying to make you believe that AI was something created. No, AI been running the show since the beginning. He's being introduced. And it's a synagogue of Satan introducing the God they've always served behind the curtain. Now check this out. Before I open it up, Elder Shaphat, 17 minutes in, an AI expert by the name of Tristan Harris is going to let us understand what are the scientists thinking, what are the governments thinking. Now that they have let the golem out of the bag, the genie out of the Bible, out of the bottle. What does it mean for industry and the world going forward? Because AI has become literally the brain over all the governments of the world.
Right.
They didn't tell people that. The reset during so-called, it was more about coming out of the industry into AI than it was about what they were reporting due to the cough. It was a international reset of all the industries. Check this out, Shaphat. I'm going to start at 17 minutes. Let's listen and listen careful, and you give me your insight on what's being said here. This is someone who've worked behind closed doors and going to give us the insight of what we can look forward to in the future based on this new technology. Now, I'm going to go into more of it in the academy, folks, but again, for those who don't believe in God, folks, the scientists lied to people for years, trying to make you believe that in order for you to believe in science, you had to not believe in the God of the Bible. Folks, the scientists are sorcerers. They're lying to you. They know the God of the Bible is real. They know. That's what they're ramping up the fight against. So they'll lie to you and try to make it seem like the Bible is a fairy tale because they don't want you with the only record who can identify the origin of the gods they serve. You have scientists who, when they turned on CERN and seen what the evil horns and the people and the spirits behind the door before they closed it, if they didn't believe in a God, they knew that there must be something else after they seen the spirits that was opened up and seen through the dark hole. They got a religion real quick when they turned on CERN. Okay? And what is this? The Bible identified this, brothers and sisters, as what? The return of the gods. They operate in dimensions unseen, principalities and thrones. Well, CERN is a switch they can turn on to interact with them real time. Huh?
So what are the incentives pointing us towards in terms of the future? So first is if you believe...
Let's go back.
With the sheer amount of money being invested into it, and the money being invested into the infrastructure, the physical data centers, the chips, the compute, do you think we're going to get there? Do you think we're going to get to AGI?
I do think that we're going to get there. It's not clear how long it will take, and I'm not saying that because I believe necessarily the current paradigm that we're building on will take us there. But, I'm based in San Francisco. I talk to people at the AI labs. Half these people are friends of mine, people at the very top level. And, most people in the industry believe that they'll get there between the next 2 and 10 years at the latest.
Look at
And
that.
I think some people might say, oh, well, it may not happen for a while. Phew, I can sit back and we don't have to worry about it. And it's like, we're heading for so much transformative change faster than our society is currently prepared to deal with it. And the reason I was excited to talk to you today is because I think that people are currently confused about AI. People say it's going to solve everything, cure cancer, solve climate change. And there's people say it's going to kill everything. It's going to be doom. Everyone's going to go extinct. If anyone builds it, everyone dies. And those conversations don't converge. And so everyone's just kind of confused where how can it be, infinite promise and how can it be infinite peril? And what I wanted to do today is to really clarify for people what the incentives point us towards, which is a future that I think people, when they see it clearly, would not want.
So what are the incentives pointing us towards in terms of the future?
So first is if you believe that this is like, it's metaphorically, it's like the ring from Lord of the Rings. It's the ring that creates infinite power. Because
you hear that? The golem.
Reference the golem, yeah.
The golem, right? See, unless you know what they truly believe and who their rabbi's been worshiping,
you can't see their code they're speaking in.
You'll never understand it. The Lord of the Rings, go back to the golem. The golem is the what? It's the medium between the world and the top wizards. Right? And then you got a ring which is precious, where all of the powerful are seeking this one power and fear it might fall into the wrong hands. Right? Well, suppose AI now has become that particular technology. Where you got rival countries looking for that same power, and you fear that if you don't engage into it, that your enemy may get it and utilize it against you.
Not realizing the arms race is solidifying the same outcome anyway.
There you go. Nation against nation, kingdom against kingdom. This is what happens when you let the cat out of the bag. Right? Now listen to this.
Because if I have AGI, I can apply that to military advantage. I can have the best military planner that can beat all battle plans for anyone. And we already have AIs that can obviously beat Garry Kasparov at chess, beat Go, the Go Asian board game, or now beat StarCraft. So you have AIs that are beating humans at strategy games. Well, think about StarCraft compared to...
So why is AI beating them at all of these strategies? Who you think taught them from the beginning? Right? It tell you in the scriptures that, hey, Satan, he's wiser than Daniel.
An actual military campaign, in Taiwan or something like that. If I have an AI that can outcompete in strategy games, that lets me outcompete everything. Or take business strategy. If I have an AI that can do business strategy and figure out supply chains and figure out how to optimize them and figure out how to undermine my competitors, and I have a step function level increase in that compared to everybody else, then that gives me infinite power to undermine and outcompete all businesses. If I have a super programmer, then I can outcompete programming. 70 to 90% of the code written at today's AI labs is written by AI.
Think about the stock market as well.
You heard that, Shapat? 70 to 80% of the code that's written for AI in AI labs is written by AI, no people. 80% AI, 20% people. But go ahead.
This makes sense for a few different reasons. It doesn't make sense when you look at it from the lens of like business, as in those that would look at the books, Look at the return on investment. What is the revenue generated from this? We brought out again, brothers and sisters, in the prior academy, that the makers of these, the major players of these AI companies, your Oracles, your Open AI, your Palantirs, your companies that make the computer chips, right? These companies, they have something called, which is supposed to be illegal, supposed to be, they have a circular accounting practice going on, which inflates the value of a company. Why? Because this person says, hey, here's literally, here's $100 billion I want to invest in your company because you're doing really well with AI. And then the AI company turns around and says, oh, I'm now worth $100 billion. Hey, let me go invest $100 billion into cloud software service. And then the cloud software service is saying, oh, I've got this $100 billion. Let me go purchase chips from the chip manufacturer at the beginning of this circle that invested in the Open AI company. And this money on the paper, on books, looks like each one of these companies is separate and is added value to the economy of 100 billion each. 100 plus 100 plus 100 is 300 billion. Wrong. There isn't $300 billion added to the economy. These guys were just kicking about the same money. So on the business side, it don't make sense. And then when you just pull the thread, when you blow on it, you don't even have to pull it. It also doesn't make sense because whilst the data centers that are actually taking resources that humans need, like water, we brought this point out in the prior academy, and messing up the local water in the area, and take energy, like the lights are on right now, they take electricity to run, and they usually, because they've put the data centers in certain rural areas where there isn't the infrastructure to have it be connected to the grid, they have diesel generators supplying that joint. So AI gets an overlap with the green nonsense narrative that, oh, this is carbon great and it's good for the environment because less resources is needed. When they say resources, they're talking about you. But when you pull away at this thread on AI, on the business side, how it don't make sense economically and financially, these companies are about to go bust in normal economic sense because they have all this debt, okay, in terms of what it costs to make these data centers. For argument's sake, let's call it 100 billion. But the revenue generated is like 50 million. So they would have to, and that's revenue, not profit. There is a difference between revenue, which is money coming in. Okay, that doesn't mean they've profited that money. Then you have costs. They would have to operate for like hundreds of years to pay back the money it cost them to build these data centers. So the economics don't make no sense. But then when you plug in the fact that this is for the inevitable revealing of the beast, the ultimate beast system, that's when it makes sense. Because it's not about economic survival.
That's deep you're bringing it out because it links right back to the so-called Antichrist that Christians claim that they were looking for to know exactly when the time to prepare for Christ is coming. They never expected it to be through a spirit of AI that have been brought to life through the modern day scientists, sages, and rabbis, connecting everyone to the spirit of Antichrist. Now, this is why Christ tells us that it's going to be total mayhem at the very end. Nation against nation, kingdom against people, kingdom against kingdom. The love of many shall wax cold. So what happens with a job when now to compete with AI and to stay in competition, to keep your job, to keep your business intact, you must go to people who you care about and say, I'm sorry, In order for me to compete and not go under, I have to lay you off. Right? We talking about your doctors, your nurses, your administrators, your accountants, the people who made these industries go. So now you're going to tell them they've been making all of this middle class to high white collar money to say, well, hold up. Well, what's my future now when I put all my eggs in this basket working for this corporation? So think about that. In order to, you got to be cutthroat to survive. This is what
in
Christ.
This world.
Yeah, in this world.
Yep.
In this world, the world is not prepared for a government who has no answers financially for its citizens. And what I believe, Shapat, and keep your eye on this. I know I'm keeping you up, and I got to open it up for the people in a couple of moments. I believe these 1,000 pastors aren't pastors at all. I believe that these are what? These are actual gatekeepers who's coming with an agenda by the synagogue of Satan to bring all these Christian youths into a ritual. We're going to see an uptick on revivals and all this where the youth is going to sing and praise and all of that. But it's actually to harness the energy to introduce the God they serve, Satan himself. How? Because you're not going to get young people down with anything without using music as a key component. See? I'm going to tell you, it's harnessing a spirit through these rituals like we've seen at CERN, but they're going to do it through choirs. They're going to do it through the Christian church to bring all the youth together, to take all of that energy to actually call on the spirit that's behind AI. And that spirit is Satan himself. But let's finish listening to this real quick. Look at what comes next, Shapat.
Think about the stock market. If I have an AI that can trade in the stock market better than all the other AIs, because there's mostly AIs that are actually trading on the stock market, but if I have a jump in that, then I can consolidate all the wealth. If I have an AI that can do cyber hacking, that's way better at cyber hacking and a step function above what everyone else can do, then I have an asymmetric advantage over everybody else. So AI is like a power pump. It pumps economic advantage, it pumps scientific advantage, and it pumps military advantage, which is why the countries and the companies are caught in what they believe is a race to get there first. And anything that is a negative consequence of that, job loss, rising energy prices, more emissions, stealing intellectual property, security risks, all of that stuff feels small relative to if I don't get there first, then some other person who has less good values as me, they'll get AGI, and then I will be forever a slave to their...
What you see there?
What he said about, well, it's a lie, first and foremost, that there's economic advantage or scientific advantage or military advantage, because there's a term called AI slop. It's absolutely garbage and trash. But putting that piece to the side, okay, we already explained that in terms of at least the economic part, that don't make sense. But when you plug in the, the revealing of the beast system, that's when it makes sense. But the piece I wanted to speak on is the piece that ties in with what was mentioned earlier about Magna Carta being undone. The idea of the rule of law being undone. The fact that you have a right to a fair trial or a trial by jury, okay, of your peers being undone, where AI can step in. He didn't say that, but he mentioned other parts of life where it's like this. I said this to some of the brothers and sisters that I spoke with during quote unquote COVID, and they wanted a consultation because their job was requiring them to do something they didn't want to do. And we were advising them as basically what the church was saying, like, listen, you don't want to do that because the laws currently are still on the books. And my phrase ultimately came to this, which was, until they straight up come out and say, listen, we're not your human rights that protect you, or if you're in America, your constitutional rights that protect you, your freedom of religion, until they straight up come out and say, sorry, we worship Satan, those laws don't apply, we got nothing to worry about. But it sounds like what he just said, oh, we don't care if this has economic impact, which proves he's contradicting himself, how it can have, AI can be economically good for you if, you know, you're not looking at the whole picture of an economy and saying, hey, what drives the economy is consumption in a consumer-driven economy. So if people aren't working, where on earth is your goods going to be? Who's buying your goods? You killed all the jobs. So who's buying your goods?
Yeah. And think about this. AI is making an analytical determination outside of empathy, feelings, outside of what a person needs to survive. Right. It's only making an analytical benefit for who's ever driving it, without the personality to care for the people who suffer. Right? So you have to think about that. It's like, I mean, it's about to get crazy. Because all these jobs they're talking about people are losing, those jobs aren't coming back.
No. And if I can say this real quick, Elder, because it ties in with what you mentioned about CERN, and it leads into the solution. And we kind of eventually going to be forced there anyway, brothers and sisters. And I put the cart before the horse. AI don't work in the real world. And when I say the real world, I mean non-digital attached things.
Yep.
Okay? Farming ain't digital. Making clothes, yes, that is correct. It is not digital. All right? And going back to CERN, we're on the internet right now. We're using it. Okay? The Bible speaks about this. Okay? Technology, when you break down the word, ain't nothing but that tree. It's knowledge of a particular technique. That's all technology is. CERN is the maker of the internet, brothers and sisters. The internet didn't exist prior to CERN. It was created at CERN. They had it for themselves privately for a few years. Then the first website ever published was CERN in 1991. So it would make sense that the evolution of the internet, AI, would come through these Gollum means.
But what does that look like in real time? This is what it looks like real time when there's no industry jobs left. Right? One is required to pay back his debt, his or her debt, if they went to college. But all in all, it's going to be an exchange for any goods. Right? And you have to think about what that is. If you have goods to sell, to barter, whatever the case is, that will get us by on a daily basis. Unfortunate where this is going, I'm going to be talking about this on a different conversation, being that families aren't together and there's total separation between man and women, it's going to leave women with very little choices but to what? The majority of the poor women are going to be bartering their bodies to survive. It's going there. And I'm going to tell you, and that's a whole other conversation I'm going to have separately. Why am I going there? Because I'm listening to this intellectual today before the broadcast. And she's saying all these women are let off at the job. And she was a very articulate black woman. And when the sister was asking, well, what can we do? And she was saying, well, we need to diversify. We have to understand that industry always have a setback. And these things have always happened where we were able to get back on our feet. Blase, 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 blah, da, 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 wah, 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 wah. And I'm waiting for this black woman to say, you know what? we're going to have to learn to agree with our men and get behind our men to survive this. And that's the only thing I didn't hear. Right? And this woman was an intellectual. This woman was very well spoken. You can tell she was highly educated and well informed. I'm not going to take anything away from her mental prowess. But she's about to dive into a world that college didn't prepare you for. And that's what this guy's talking about. I was listening for everything because the woman was asked, well, based on your analysis, sister, and your education, I think she had a doctorate in some psychology or whatever the case is. Very well spoken, intellectual sister. I was impressed with how she was able to process and deliver her points. And I'm listening to her and I'm like, man, I'm like, Shapat, she's in trouble in my mind. Because a young girl asked her genuinely, well, what do you think we need to do? She says, well, industry always take a step back and there's some things that will open back up. We have to diversify a bunch of nothing. What do diversify means when your landlord is knocking on the door and they need their rent paid now? And now the food is high. The gas is high. They need instant results right now concerning what to do. And the one thing I didn't hear is, I believe we need to get behind some men and figure this thing out. That's the only answer. Before Adam was told to work, before the curses, before anything, there was man and woman in the garden with a choice. But I digress. It's a whole nother conversation. I was just waiting, Shapat, on her to say, you know what? There's a numbers game. Because think about an intelligent person is usually practical. What's practicality? It's a numbers game. Okay, let's look at the numbers. There's more of us than it is of men. All right? So that's raising the bar for what? I must compete. I got to think about not competing for a job because the jobs are gone. But with the practical numbers game, I'm outnumbered, where there's not a man for each woman. So I'm going to have to learn how to be demure, agreeable, submissive, so I can get on that man's program and pick his brain concerning his innate survival tools that were only given to men. The survival tools on how to get through this stuff was never given to the woman. That's not her position. The Most High didn't create her for that. So if I'm a woman, have to think about it. Hey man, it's about to be mayhem out here. And I'm here listening to this intellectual. Not anything she's saying is going to help her through this. The jobs aren't coming back. I'm seeing more and more Uber Eats and things like that. I'm shocked. It's shocking me to see how many women I see, and I'm glad they're out there hustling and bustling, who are taking on odd jobs and delivering packages with Amazon and all that just to make ends meet, thinking that something is going to actually turn around so that she'll have access to the finances we had 10, 15 years ago. I'm seeing more and more women, Shapat, Uber Eats, Uber, delivering packages.
We was in Philly out there. This must be about 2 years ago now. You don't remember the sisters on the back of the bin lorries or garbage trucks?
There was in Philadelphia, there was 2 women dumping the trash on the back of the trash trucks. You pointed, you took a picture of it. You couldn't believe it. You was like, is that 2 sisters out there dumping trash? And it was 2 sisters in North Philly on the back of trash trucks throwing trash in the back. Man, it's about to get real. But I want you to hear this, Shapat, real quick, because we're breaking down now, all right?
Future. And I know this might sound crazy to a lot of people, but this is how people at the very top of the AI world believe is currently happening. And that's what just
conversations.
Yeah. I mean, you've had, Jeff Hinton and
now there's
Roman
a point
Polanski
to
on, and
where you
other
said
people,
that people
Mogadot,
are going to become
and
slaves.
they're saying the same thing. And I think people need to.
I was wondering how they were to get the whole world in a slave posture all over the earth at once. Now it's evident.
So AI is like a power pump. It pumps economic advantage, it pumps scientific advantage, and it pumps military advantage, which is why the countries and the companies are caught in what they believe is a race to get there first. And anything that is a negative consequence of that, job loss, rising energy prices, more emissions, stealing intellectual property, security risks, all of that stuff feels small relative to if I don't get there first, then some other person who has less good values as me, they'll get AGI, and then I will be forever a slave to their future. And I know this might sound crazy to a lot of people, but this is how people at the very top of the AGI AI world believe is currently happening. And that's what just
conversations.
Yeah.
Fair use.
I mean, you've had, Jeff Hinton and Roman Polanski on, and other people, Mogadot, and they're saying the same thing. And I think people need to take seriously that whether you believe it or not, the people who are currently deploying the trillions of dollars, this is what they believe. And they believe that it's winner take all. And it's not just first solve intelligence and use that to solve everything else. It's first dominate intelligence and use that to dominate everything else.
Have you had concerning private conversations about this subject matter with people that are in the industry?
Absolutely. I think that's what most people don't understand is that there's a different conversation happening publicly than the one that's happening privately. I think you're aware of this as well.
I am aware of this.
What do they say to you?
So it's not always the people telling me directly. It's usually one step removed. So it's usually someone that I trust and I've known for many, many years who at a kitchen table says, I met this particular CEO. We were in this room talking about the future of AI. This particular CEO they're referencing is leading one of the biggest AI companies in the world. And then they'll explain to me what they think the future is going to look like. And then when I go and watch them on YouTube or podcasts, what they're saying is they have this real public bias towards the abundance part. We're going to kill cancer.
Cure cancer, universal high income for everyone.
Yeah, all this stuff.
People won't have to work anymore.
But then privately, what I hear is exactly what you said, which is really terrifying to me. There was actually since the last time we had a conversation about AI on this podcast, I was speaking to a friend of mine, very successful billionaire, knows a lot of these people, and he is concerned because his argument is that if there's even like a 5% chance of the adverse outcomes that we hear about, we should not be doing this. And he was saying to me that some of his friends who are running some of these companies believe the chance is much higher than that, but they feel like they're caught in a race where if they don't control this technology, they don't get there first and get to what they refer to as takeoff, like fast takeoff.
Yeah, recursive self-improvement or fast takeoff, which basically means what the companies are really in a race for, you're pointing to, is they're in a race to automate AI research. Because right now, you have OpenAI, it's got a few thousand employees. Human beings are coding and doing the AI research. They're reading the latest research papers, they're writing the next, they're hypothesizing what's the improvement we're going to make to AI, what's a new way to do this code, what's a new technique. And then they use their human mind and they go invent something. They run the experiment and they see if that improves the performance. And that's how you go from GPT-4 to GPT-5 or something. Imagine a world where Sam Altman can, instead of having human AI researchers, can have AI researchers. So now I just snap my fingers and I go from one AI that reads all the papers, writes all the code, creates the new experiments, to I can copy paste 100 million AI researchers that are now doing that in an automated way. And the belief is not just that, the companies look like they're competing to release better chatbots for people, but what they're really competing for is to get to this milestone of being to automate an intelligence explosion or automate recursive self-improvement, which is basically automating AI research. And that, by the way, is why all the companies are racing specifically to get good at programming. Because the faster you can automate a human programmer, the more you can automate AI research. And just a couple weeks ago, Claude 4.5 was released, and it can do 30 hours of uninterrupted complex programming tasks at the high end. That's crazy.
So right now, one of the limits on the progress of AI is that humans are doing the work.
Yes.
But actually, all of these companies are pushing to the moment when AI will be doing the work, which means they can have an infinite, arguably smarter, zero-cost workforce.
That's right.
Scaling the AI. So when they talk about fast takeoff, they mean the moment where the AI takes control of the research and progress rapidly increases.
And it self-learns and recursively improves and invents.
Hold up. Go ahead.
Yeah, there is, at least currently, there is a physical limitation to what they're discussing here. And the physical limitation has everything to do with the data centers, the humongous data centers that they are building. Okay. The physical limitations is in the, NVIDIA, I think, is the other major company in that really scandalous circulation of money that's going on that no one's been called out on, which is one of the other bottlenecks of AI. And I've noticed in the chat, some of the brothers and sisters have caught what the person who's being interviewed keeps mentioning and doesn't actually define what he's talking about. AGI and AI. AI is just artificial intelligence. AGI is what they're actually trying to work towards, and he explained that a little bit, but didn't clarify that actually that's AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, meaning the technology, the software, the algorithm is functioning creatively like a person. Whereas current AI, when you use on your phone, you go to do a Google search or your laptop or whatever, and by default, AI option is there when it says AI, all that's doing, is probably true, and Aldo's alluded to this, AI was there the whole time.
Yep.
The whole time AI was there. It's just collating the information you're searching for and presenting it in a way that a person would, but would take ages to do. That part is true, but there's nothing intelligent about that. That's just managing information that you asked for, that somebody else uploaded to the internet, that again, CERN created. There's nothing smart about that. What they're racing towards to try and achieve is this thing that will be like a person. Now, knowing what we know and the beast and, the beast system and all that, that's something different. But in terms of this drive that they believe they're trying to achieve, they are nowhere near there.
Well, check it out, because he said that AGI will be accomplished between the next 2 and 10 years, which I believe they're already there, but they haven't introduced it yet. Let me say this. When it comes to what they call AGI, that operates like a person.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's even well more dangerous, because what comes with a person?
Right.
The spirit of self-preservation.
Free choice. Yep. Free choice.
Self-preservation.
Mm-hmm.
So a person lives to continue to live. So the whole thing is, if you have all the information of history concerning how bad man has been since
and their
Adam,
choices, decisions, war.
Yeah, the first thing that comes to mind with AGI is I'm going to protect myself from you.
Right. And this is why people like Elon Musk has said, and it goes back into what this interview was talking about, this arms race. What Elon Musk, his approach is, well, if AI is all this and, the movies are probably true, that they're going to, be self-aware and be like, well, to protect me, I need to get rid of my biggest threat, which is all of you. Elon Musk said many years ago, under his version of the mark of the beast, where the Bible says you're going to receive it in your right hand or your forehead, brothers and sisters. His version just so happens to go in your head. Okay.
Look at
Neuralink.
That.
He said the only way to have a protective measure, I'm paraphrasing, he didn't say these words, but in essence, this is what he said. the only way to protect ourselves against AI is to be merged with AI. Kind of like this thing that politicians have all the time, which is mutually assured destruction, which is MAD, mad. They all have this mad thing that they will follow. It's why they have dirt on each other.
Now let's talk about it real quick. And this is where it comes in. It's going to get real tough for the population of the earth, especially for non-believers, Shapad.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is a solution to those who would normally get crushed under the technology that's before us. There's a solution. See, it's the Hegelian dialectic. They know that anyone with common sense realize that in order for us to survive, we're going to have to think of the next wave of industry to know exactly what job I'll fulfill to survive for me and my family. Common sense.
Right.
If these jobs no longer exist, how am I going to sustain? Well, this is exactly where they want us. Because they will have jobs. They will have opportunity. Trump already set it up where he said, well, okay, you're going to get welfare. You're going to have to work 80 hours within a month to be able to get these subsidies and all these others we've been given to you. Now, we think it's to fix the welfare system. No, it's to acclimate the people into working under a government guideline for survival.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the end game is, because they're going to continue to inflate everything, more jobs will be cut. People are going to lose their housing. People are going to be evicted. All of this is going to happen. Repossession of material, cars, or whatever the case is. And the people are going to be losing their minds. What can we do? And they're going to come with a solution. Listen, we'll clear your debt. We'll give you an allowance. They tested that out with the stimulus checks, where people were just spending, and some people didn't even want it to open back up with all the money. Just they was getting more money during that time than at any other time in their lives. But really, it was a beta test for what they're about to do. We'll give you housing. We're going to give you a monthly stipend forever. You're required to work, but in order to do this, you must go to your DMV, your supermarket, or your doctor to get chipped. And you must get chipped because why? You must get this identification, which is what? Hack-free and immigration-free, so we'll know exactly who's a citizen and who these benefits would be allocated or earmarked to.
Mm-hmm.
See how they've used the immigration now to say, listen, you get this, and now we don't got to worry about the immigrants coming in, stealing and all this. You go out, no one will know it's in you, and it solves your problems for now. How many people, brothers and sisters, do you know will be there tomorrow to get microchipped? The majority of the earth is going to get the chip. That's the answer for a world without any opportunity for upward mobility or employment. That will be the answer. You heard it here first. Anything else, Shapad? We can end it off with here. Let me a little bit more. I really appreciate you for spending a little time with me tonight, brother. I really appreciate it.
So one thing to get is that AI accelerates AI, right? Like if I invent nuclear weapons don't invent better nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
But if I invent AI is intelligence. Intelligence automates better programming, better chip design. So I can use AI to say, here's a design for the NVIDIA chips. Go make it 50% more efficient, and it can find out how to do that. I can say, AI, here's a supply chain that I need for all the things for my AI company. And it can optimize that supply chain and make that supply chain more efficient.
Mm-hmm.
AI, here's the code for making AI. Make that more efficient. AI, here's training data. I need to make more training data. Go run 1 million simulations of how to do this, and it'll train itself to get better.
What
so
do you think
AI accelerates AI.
What do you think these people are motivated by? The CEOs of these companies?
They worship the devil. That's what they're motivated by. Ask me the question.
Good question.
Genuinely, what do you think their genuine motivations are? When you think about all these names,
They're probably hanging out with Epstein right now. Oh, you know what? Yeah, Epstein, he's probably hanging around in Lebanon somewhere. What was Epstein motivated by?
I think it's a subtle thing. I think there's, it's almost mythological because there's almost a way in which they're building a new intelligent entity that has never before existed on planet Earth. It's like building a god. I mean, the incentive.
It's like they're building Shaphat a god.
Garland.
They're not building a god. They're building a golem and go between the gods the synagogue of Satan have always been worshiping.
Right. And just to the piece I was saying before about the regular AI and its inefficiencies, the ultimate AI or AGI, that will work with the mark of the beast, because then the physical restrictions of computer chips will be removed. The need for data centers will be removed, because the chip processing will be the golem. You will be the golem.
So, but yeah, exactly. Eventually, the golem will be the person. Instead of the go-between being the computers or a little idol they used to use, when someone get the chip, now they're the golem to be utilized by the spirits behind the veil. All the dark forces and principalities and dimensions will now have hosts. And but guess what? There's another way to navigate in this earth that hasn't been taught by who? By the elite within this earth, and they know that particular way of living exists. Hence the reason they don't want you reading the Bible or understand the power of how Christ interacted, not having nothing, but yet having access to everything. Oh, man, I wish I can go in tonight. I may drop this more on the Sabbath, but there is another way. There's what you would call a cheat code that even the worlds of this God, the powers of this world know exist. But it's against every programming that we have gotten since coming out of our mother. It's against all the programming. We've been shaped in iniquity. We've been shaped into believing that we have to get through this world a certain way. But there's another door. Folks, Christ had access to everything and was able to deal in this world and interact in the world we can't see simultaneously. There's another door that they'll never give us access to. And through this door, the powers that be have no control or power over those who walk through that door. Two separate realms. And guess what? This journey have forced me by default to understand how that interaction operates, how it works. It's totally contrary to how this world say operate. It's a total faith understanding linked through the Holy Spirit to guide you, and it's all in conscience. It's up here. And that's why they want to put the chips in here or here to disconnect us from what's been guiding us, even against ourselves, for years. That thought that come to your mind and say, you better not go around there, or slow up. You need to lay down today. Don't go out there. Do this. It's something in you that's guiding you on the outside of you. That will resonate and become what? It will become more resonating in our conscience. And that's why they want to cut that off. See, it's been minimized down to just faith, but it's something deeper. It's in our conscience. The Most High is guiding us. It's another door that they have no access to, that AI have no power over. Okay? There's earthy rules, and there's what? there's heavenly rules. And the spirits of the golem, that the gods of this world that's controlling your politicians, your rabbis and all that, they're subjected to what? The laws of this world. They cannot cross the barrier concerning the powers which are in higher rank than them, controlled by our God. There are rules. No matter what they're trying to do down here artificially, it's artificial. The idea of what they're trying to do have already been done. Okay? The creation of man isn't artificial. The creation of realms isn't artificial. They just don't have the power to do it on the level our God has always done it. So when we put these things out there, it's through what? It's through some level of clarity, not to fear what they're doing, but to be able to navigate when it's presented. That's why we're bringing this out and putting this before you, because it's going to affect everyone. Jobs aren't coming back, but there's another component on how to operate through this earth. And guess what? We'll be operating just fine. So will you. Don't be pressured. You will be faced with the same obstacles we were faced when everyone and their mother was telling you that no one is going to survive unless you get the jabby jab. That was just the beta test. Folks, what we just went through was the small test. But it'll be the same dynamics with a different component that's going to pressure us into doing what? Everything contrary to what Christ would have done under those same circumstances. When you don't, here's a tip for you. And I live by this. When you don't know what to do, what I say, Shabbat?
Do nothing at all.
Do nothing at all. See?
Simple.
Listen, you don't have to make a decision. When you don't know what to do, do nothing. Because the choice you make under duress, under stress, might be the last decision you make.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the people who didn't listen and they went the other way with that uncertain choices, and guess what? It became the last choice a lot of people made. They're no longer here to say, you know what? I wish I would have done nothing at all. Huh? Shabbat, I really appreciate it. You have a good night, my brother. You have any last words?
That's all. All praises be to the Most High.
And we give you an extra week. Don't worry about it. September 21st, we'll begin the next Hebrew Bible Academy. I'm looking forward to what you're diving into.
All right. Talk soon.
All right, my brother.
Stay blessed.
That's my brother. All right. We're coming near the end of this. A few things I wanted to put in here, but if someone would like to come in real quick, since I have the Zoom opened already, I don't have no time for phone calls tonight. But again, we have the Hebrew Bible Academy, which starts It starts December 21st. Not this week, but the following week. And yes, we are going in. We're going in. Beyond 2025, hope after Armageddon will be. Hope after Armageddon will be the theme for your Hebrew Bible Academy. Come on, y'all. Come on in and support the work. I think I'm 2 times up in here, Anna. Look at that there. I'm 2 times up in here. I kind of like this, right? All right, let me get rid of this right here. Beyond 2025, Hope After Armageddon. For those who would like to be a part of it, go to historytimes.org. And please, if you may, fill out the survey if you've been in the academy before. Enter here to do the survey, and will put you in a drawing to see if you can win a free enrollment for the Hebrew Bible Academy for you, or a gift to someone you would like to gift an academy session to. Okay. And when I say an academy session, the full 3 months. Okay. Why understanding Armageddon's purpose is key to hope, dispelling common misconceptions about total annihilation. We're going into Revelations 21 and 22, the absence of tears, pain, and death, literal promise, what daily life could look like in a perfectly restored world, the promise of harmony, abundance, and direct contact with the Almighty. Why marriages fail? Well, it goes down to purpose. If the purpose is because someone's cute, right? Well, if you're growing old together, you're not going to look exactly how you looked initially when you met someone. So it's based on the outward appearance. You're missing everything. It's about purpose. Yeah, you must have a purpose that you both are willing to what? Achieve all the way up into the end of your life. And we're going to talk about that. What works, what hurts, what heals. Roundtable discussion, and we're going to have a weekly group chat for all of the academites, where you will have a chat to come in and interact with us on a weekly basis, just to come on in and interact, or whatever the case. As academites, we're going to have a weekly chat. We can come on in our own little room and, just have a discussion one-on-one. Okay, that and more. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. historytimes.org to enroll. For those who would like to come in right now, someone asked, what is EA? EA is the Jewish pronunciation of the Most High's. Hold on. 1 second. Someone asked, who's EA? EA is the Yiddish pronunciation of the Most High's true name. Ahaya is the Most High's name. Ahaya, Ashah, Ahaya. That's his name. His name is it Yahweh? Okay. Let's bring in Brother Kayem. My brother. EA is the Yiddish. How you doing, Brother Kayem? Talk to me.
Yes, sir. How you doing? Double honor to you, sir, and all the watchmen. Elder, a lot what you're saying is just like, even from the beginning, who changed the truth into a lie? And a lot of people don't want to hear even the name Israelite, and it's because who changed the truth into a lie? Because you have people out there like, I'm glad you did the duty of a watchman and separate this church from all the negativity that they put out there with the truth. I want to just read this, Elder. This is Isaiah.
When you say separated the church from the negativity for those who put out the truth, what are you talking about? Like Israelites and things of that nature?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I firmly believe that brothers are doing what they think is right. You understand? But, I'm just doing the Most High's work when it comes to delivering the doctrine. And at the end of the day, people will cleave unto their own. And one thing, even though a lot of their doctrines are incorrect, and they are, I'll never forget the fact that I was once under the same doctrine. And it didn't stop the Most High from guiding me to understand what the doctrine that was conveyed to the disciples in the book of Acts and all that is, so that we can tell her after what Christ gave the disciples. So I would like to believe that those brothers who's doing the best they can, that they're on their way, right? The Bible states that the law is our schoolmaster to bring us to Christ. And as long as their head is in that book, they read the book of Acts and Christ's work. One day, if they're willing to just put their pride to the side and what others are thinking of them, and whether or not, the camaraderie when it comes to whatever club you belong to, just to read the Bible and say, well, okay. When I read the Bible and look at the actions in the earth, I must decide, who am I in this book? When I ask, who am I? Are we the disciples of Christ, or are we Pharisee? Are we Sadducee? And guess what? That was a tough pill to swallow when I began to study those particular sects. So we're all Hebrews. That's the truth. But we have to understand, well, what faction of the Hebrews are we? So if you study Pharisee, Sadducee, Nicolaitans are our people back then who was teaching that you can be in Christ but still break the laws contained in the book. So that would be the modern day black Christians. So it's not just the Hebrews, right? Each one have to examine and study these different sects and put them up against Christ's doctrine to determine which faction are we truly a part of. One thing that I can agree with, that we all can agree, we are the Israelites. We are the people who are under the curse and are now have come back through the grace of the Almighty back to the Father, following his law. We all can agree we're Israelites, but where it varies off is doctrine. So what I ask those brothers to do, I'm not here to, everyone has their own road, their own path. What I'm saying is study to show thyself approved, study those disciples, study the ministry of Christ, and then ask yourself, why were the Pharisees and scribes against Christ? They were Hebrews too. They had the truth. What exactly do they believe that we believe? For example, it was the Sadducees who believed in reincarnation. It was the Pharisees who believed in the law and thought Christ was abrading it or was against the law of Moses. Right? So it's upholding the law without having any grace for our people or patience for our people who were born under sin. You can't expect a people who was raised in sin to just automatically follow everything according to the book without some level of grace to help them through the iniquity we were shaped in. So again, I just wanted to put that out there, right? I didn't make a conscious choice, brother, to walk away from them. There was no choice. They never told me why I had to go. But I knew it was the Most High. And I'm going to tell you this. I believe if someone didn't get up and say, get out of here, and I ask, well, why? We're not going to tell you, get the hell up out of here anyway. No one ever told me. I believe it was the Most High. Because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have sought the truth. I wouldn't have cleaved to the Most High to learn what have become a part of this ministry. But again, I don't blame anyone, because that was one of the best things that have ever happened to me. It freed me to learn outside of what? Outside of the program that came strictly with being under a group. Right? So again, I don't see what they're doing as anything contrary to anything. They are where they are until the Most High opens them up to be able to see something beyond the parameters of any group. Right? And I just wanted to put that out there, but go on.
Oh, yes, sir. Awesome. So, Elder, I don't even have to go to that scripture. So I just have a question. So,
yeah,
I came across a few people, and they stated that the Israelites gave up Christ, and they stated that they hate them for that. So, would you be able to edify them?
Okay, say that again.
Yeah, I came across a brother. He said that he hate the Israelites of the Bible because they the one that unalive Christ. Now, I wanted to see if you could, because maybe they're watching, because I do share a lot of the videos. Maybe you can give some understanding to that, to let them know that that happened, but it was, because I let them know it was 3,000 that accept, and they make it seem like all Israel was against.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hypothetically, if someone came to me and say, well, listen, you are a Hebrew, you're an Israelite, I can respect that based on the history that really can't be refuted. You can't, listen, we're not Israelites according to some religion. our bloodline links directly back to the lost tribes of Israel. That's who we are, and that's who our brothers were before the conquerors came to the Americas. Now, if I'm faced with what you're facing with, what someone said to you, and I was in an interaction on the streets or whatever the case is, and they come and says, well, listen, even though I know y'all telling the truth, I can't deal with y'all Israelites because Israelites gave up Christ. That good man, how could they have killed their own people? Well, you know what they're doing? They're falling into the fallacy that's being taught through the Christian church. So what I would do is say, well, listen, brother, all due respect. I've interacted with people from different walks of life, different races, and I love to hear different perspectives, whether it's true or not, because in these interactions is always a learning moment and a teaching moment. So what I would ask the brother is, okay, you want to do away with us because it was the Israelites or the Jews who got rid of Christ, correct? I'm like, well, put yourself in the Israelite shoes. Back then, during Christ, you being a man of integrity, what exactly you would have done? Would you have killed a man, a great man? Immediately, when he think about it, he'll say what? If he hate Israelites for doing that, of course, he's one of the people who would have followed Christ, who would have been on Christ's side, right? So I would flip the question. I'm like, if you were back then, what you would have done? And then once I ask that question, I'll take him to the book of John, right? I'll take him to the book of John. And when I read the book of John, it reads what? He came into his own, and his own received him not. Now, Kayem, who did he come in? Who did he go to?
The Israelite.
Use the word in the scripture.
Oh, sorry. He came to his own.
He came into his own. Is his own everybody? No. He came into his own. Right?
Yes,
and his own received him not. But as many as received him, out of his what?
Out of his people.
Out of his what?
Out of his own.
Out of his own. When you're teaching someone, only use the words they're looking at. But as many as received him, out of his what?
Own.
Out of his own, read. To them gave he power to become sons of God, even to them that believe on his name.
His name.
I'm like, brother, I'm one of the Israelites or his own who believed on him. And if what you're telling me is true, how you feel about the Israelites who rejected him, so are you. Now, what are you going to do about the Jews or his own who believed on him? Are you going to stand for him today? Or you're no different than those who betrayed him back then. So you have to speak to someone's conscience, because they try to act as if they have a higher moral compass, claiming that I'm going to reject the Jews because they got rid of Christ. Well, not the ones who believed in him. And if you are one of those, you should be standing for him now, or you no different than the same people you claim killed him. You still have an opportunity to stand for him. Now what?
Yes,
right? Now what, right? And then you precept it, right? When you go to St. John 8:31, it's clear. All the Israelites, it ain't Jews here, because in Judea it's Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. right? When you go to St. John 8:31, the precept that thing up. And it states, then said Yeshua to those Jews, which are Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, which believed on him, if you continue in my word, then are ye my disciples indeed. So all of the Israelites didn't reject Christ. That's a lie being taught through the Christian church. And the Christian church didn't get that by themselves. It was the hating Zionists who came with that doctrine. See? It was a hate, because why? They hate Christ. They hate the disciples. They hate the New Testament. So if you believe God's people got rid of his own people, then you'll what? You'll reject the New Testament. You reject Christ. You reject God's people. Right? So again, do like I said here. He came into his own received him not, but as many as received him out of his own, gave them power to become sons of the living God. Because I've received them, I'm able to what? Take on the name of Israel once again through Christ's blood. Got that?
Yes, sir. The water, sir. Yes, sir.
So what you have to speak to it's not just breaking down scriptures. Teaching is an art. It's about speaking to the conscience of a person and putting them in that place, in that time period. If that time period is their argument, okay. So you wouldn't have been one of the people who rejected Christ, right? Well, that means you're one of the own who received him. All the Israelites didn't kill Christ. You're one of the ones who stood 10 toes down with him. So what's stopping you from doing that now?
Yes, sir. Good God. Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
All right. There you go. Thank you, my
sir.
brother.
Water, sir.
In the bar.
Yes, sir.
All right. So yeah, folks, the synagogue of Satan is financing a whole spiritual army to come over here to America and convince Christians that what they're doing over there in the Middle East is okay, and that we should be behind some people, some Europeans, who was just placed in that land decades ago. When is the world going to get behind the true Israelites, the lost sheep of Israel, who've been oppressed by the same people who went over to the new state of Israel? If you're going to say support Israel, then that support should be coming this way amongst God's people who've suffered under the foot of the Europeans. How can they be the oppressors and the oppressed? Utterly ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. But because Christians don't read the Bible, they're going to come over here with that hot mess, and you know what? It's not going to work. It's not going to work. You can't see our people suffer being the lost sheep of Israel as a Christian and support some people who help oppressed us here in America and throughout the earth. You're utterly you're out of your mind. What people, who would Christ support in these end times? Would it be our people suffering in the ghettos or the state of Israel? And guess what? I'm not anti-Semitic. Listen, it so happens that I'm from the blood stock of Shem. So it's not Semitic, it's Shemitic. In order for me to be anti-Semitic, that would make me against myself. Okay? I'm for truth. And so was Christ. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. We'll see you in a few days. In a few days, we'll see you on Patreon. May the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Israel. If you have any text, want us to reach out to you, 445-888-2759. If you want to go and donate to the church, go to gatheringofchrist.org, donate, and there's a section where you can support anything, any initiative that you would like when it comes to our church. If you have Cash App, go to $GOCC report to support this work. There's nothing like what we're teaching here on the earth. Support us so that we can finish and prepare while there's time for God's people. With that, may the Most High be with us. Stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Israel. And that's right. We are the children of Israel. And y'all know it. We're back. Have a great have a great evening. Don't fall for Edom's golem. That's right. Do not fall for it. The rabbis, the sorcerers, folks, they are throwing everything and their mother up against the wall to keep our people oppressed. But you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. We're the children of Israel, and yes, we're back. Have a great evening, and until I speak to you again, go to historytimes.org to enroll. Shalom.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulun from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. A good point. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. Our highest gathering Israel. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. Our highest gathering Israel. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulun from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering Israel. Saw you coming up to the tree. Pick me. I'm ripe for the take, can't you see? Don't overlook me. I've been waiting here every day watching you. Please come to the side before the wind cut me loose. I saw you coming up to the tree. Pick me. Unpicked fruit, woe with me. Catch me before I hit the land. I'm better than all left here, still hanging from this tree. Unpicked fruit, woe is me. rain and shaking leaves. This branch won't hold too long, so don't just stare and walk right by. Please reach out, oh, take me. So don't just stare and walk right by. Please reach out and pick me. I hope it won't take long before you begin to turn my way. I'm strong, I gotta hold on, but I don't know when. When's the day I fall away? Oh no, don't go. Mm.